Welcome everyone to the first session of Octa Masterclass. We have really got a great response on our ping webinar, and here we are with a 5-hour marathon on Octa. So here is about the expert. Sumit Kumar Tiwari is the CEO of Askmeidentity with a 10 plus years of experience and he is Forex Octa certified. He has also worked as an ex-Wipro and ex-Unisys and executed over 20 plus projects with over 10 plus clients. And this is about our company. We have started in 2021 with a focus of delivering IM training and consulting. Combined 30 plus years of expertise, and our services include training and consulting. And we have over certified trainers, and we have 1,000 plus trained in the last 3 years. And courses includes Okta, Savian, CyberArk, Ping SailPoint, and so on. So here you can see a picture which tells us like how to make it more interactive. So over the fourth one, you can give the reactions, and over the poll icon, you can share oral questions which can be discussed further. So I'll hand it over to this Mr. Sumit, the CEO and the co-founder of our Askmeidentity.
We will be looking into Octa for straight 5 hours and we'll explore Octa. So I welcome everyone and I'm going to start the session. So in today's session, we will be covering different components of Octa. We will be looking into Octa Core Identity Engine, which is Octa's main IM product, right, through which we manage Octa. Then we will go into Okta APIs, we'll explore Okta APIs, how Okta APIs can be leveraged in automating Okta. Then we will be using Okta Workflows, which is an event-driven platform. And then there is a bonus content for everybody who stays till the last, so that we will reveal at the end. So we'll start with Okta Core Identity Engine, and this is a fully hands-on course. So we would start with looking at and implementing things at Okta. So if I hope everybody can see my screen. So I'll go back to the dashboard. So this is Okta Identity Engine platform, which provides identity and access management services. And this is one of the platforms by Okta. The other platforms from Okta are Okta Workflows, which we will be covering in this course as well, which is an event-driven platform to automate your identity and access management and business processes. Then there is Okta Access Gateway, which is a reverse proxy solution from Okta, and to do SSO to applications which do not support general single sign-on like SAML or OIDC. Then there is Advanced Server Access. If you want to do a SSH or a RDP into any server using protected Okta credentials, then you can use Okta ASA, Advanced Server Access. Now that is going to be changed into Okta PAM. Then Okta recently released Okta OIG, which is Identity Governance. So these are the platforms from Okta. We are going to look first into the Okta Core, which is their identity and access management platform, through which we can manage the users groups, which is a core principle in IAM. Then we'll be looking into how we can connect Active Directory with Okta, and we'll then move into single sign-on. We'll be doing a single sign-on integration. We'll be looking at policies, logs, how we can configure, and certain use cases I will keep on telling as I go through the different modules. So in order to get started, we'll start from the dashboard. So dashboard, which you can see here on the screen, is it's a window. It's a admin console window through which you can see an overview of your Okta. It shows a total number of users present in your system and any changes in these user count in last 7 days a week. You can also see the total number of groups which is present in your Okta and any changes in these number of groups. It also shows you the number of applications which is integrated here in this Okta tenant. Then we have a status. So since Okta Okta is a cloud service. We do not manage the infrastructure ourselves. So this is a vendor managed infrastructure, and any changes in this infrastructure is carried out with the vendor. So let's say that if Okta services are not available, then Okta has to notify the companies who were subscribed for Okta so that they are aware of which services are not available. So here you will see the Okta service is currently operational. That means everything is working fine. If there is any issue with Okta service, this will become disrupted. As you can see for this agent, it is already in the disruption state. Then we have an overview of the tasks, which is to tell that what exactly is happening in your organization. So if there are any errors in your configuration, like any error which arise due to configuration, especially in the user management or provisioning, then you will be able to see those here. Also regarding the agents, any critical component if that is down, you will be seeing that in the task, and any recommendation from Okta as this informational task can be seen here. So we will look into this task as well. And then if there is any changes by the administrators of your Okta within the last 7 days, you will be able to see those changes here. And then it gives you a glimpse into the most used Okta apps and the different types of applications which is used on a daily basis. And we can look the report for today, last 30 days, 7 days, and so on. So it will give you an overview which one of your application is highly used. Then in the security monitoring, this is a health insight which we'll look into, and this provides us a recommendation step, a behavior best practice which we can implement in Okta, and it provides that some of the tasks are incomplete. So as of now it says 12 or 13 tasks completed, so that means one task is incomplete which we can complete. It also gives us an overview of threat insight if any kind of malicious actor trying to access our Okta. And then we have this rate limit we'll discuss when we go through the API classes. So this is an Okta dashboard, an admin dashboard. Similar to the admin dashboard, there is a dashboard for end users as well, which your users who are not an administrator would access, and they would be able to access all of their applications. They can manage their own profile using this end user dashboard. So this is the end user dashboard where you can see all of the application I have access to. If I want to access my profile, I want to change my password or multi-factor, I can go to settings here and I can update the profile, multi-factor, and so on. I can also see the notifications here. So if there is any notifications generated from the admin, I would be able to see those notifications here. I can also arrange these applications into sections. So there are predefined sections like work, finance, which is created by administrator. But if I want to create my own section, I can click on add section and I can save my own section, and I can save it, and then I can start moving applications into this section. So let's say that I want to move this to my own section. I will just drag and drop, and this will only change this application alignment for me. For any other users, it will remain in the as it is in the work section, right? So it will not impact them. Now I can go back to my end user dashboard and the admin dashboard, and this dashboard is only available for Okta administrators. So for this to be available to you for access, you need to be an Okta administrator. Any of the admin role will work for you. And from your end user dashboard, you can see this admin button, which will take you to this dashboard. So in this dashboard, we'll start by looking at users and groups. So we'll go to directory people. Now, user is an integral part of any IAM principle, because IAM identity, which we are managing through these platforms, is of a user. Now, this user can be a human being like us, who is interactive, who is logging into application like an employee or a contractor or a customer. It can also be a system, and those system users can have permission to certain things to perform automated queries. So we can have users who are both human and system. Both will appear here in the users as well. So you can see the list of users which I have in my tenant. So here there are more than 400 users, and I can see them at a glimpse. So if I want to check the profile of any of these users, I will go to the name of this user, and it will open up the profile. And within the profile, if we go to the profile tab, we can see more information about the user. So we can see the username of this user, first name, last name, and different attributes. So now attributes in Okta profile constitutes the different individual information about that user which we can store, and we can then use this information in doing any attribute control or attribute based uh, access control and so on. Other than these attributes, if you see, it shows the status which is active, it shows the different applications this user have access to, and it also shows a group through which they have applications. And then it can also show the group which they have access to or which they are member of. And in the devices, it will show the devices through which they access Okta, and whether they are admin or not, we can see it in the admin tab. We can also see the schema. So these attributes which are present in a user profile belongs to a profile schema. So in a profile schema, we define the number of attributes which a user of that type can have. So in Okta, the default user schema is called as user itself, and you can see here, if we want to change, we can click on change from here, and we can change the schema to other schemas which we have, and we'll see how we can create the schemas ourselves. Now, if we want to edit and update any information to this user profile, we can click on edit here, and we can update the profile information. So let's say if I need to update the city for this user, I can put in the value and I can click on save, and this user gets updated. So we have the updated profile here. Similar to this user, we can also have groups. Now, groups are a concept within Okta to say that multiple users can be put together. Now, the reason we do that is to bring in the users of common interest together, so that they would have let's say same kind of accesses, right? So if user belong to same department or user working in the same city or same building, they all can be seen. Give me just 1 minute. I think the Zoom screen is not fully visible. Hello. All right, so we were talking about the group. So group are the number of users put together based on the common interest, based on the department, or based on the city, state, building, or the project they might be working on. So here, as you can see in my Okta, I have produced several groups and we have put people together. Now, the benefit of using the groups is that we can do a common access management. So all the common applications, all the common policies, restrictions, or security requirements can be put together through this group rather than managing it individually. And we can assign a user to a group, we can remove the user from a group, and so on. So we'll start creating users and groups. So we'll start with the user first. We'll click on add person and we'll be creating a user. So I will be creating a user called as Roshni Pandey, and I prefer to use the username format, which is first name dot last name at askmeidentity.com, which is a domain. And here, while creating the user, we have to specify the 4 different attributes which are required from Okta, like the first name, last name, username, email. And you also have to select whether you want to activate this user now or not. So if you do not want to activate this user now, if you just want to stage the account or create the account, you can then select activate later, and when you click on save, this user is created in Okta but in a staged status, which means basically that you have created the user profile. The user profile exists in Okta, but the activation has not been set to the user, so there is no way of inserting the password for this user into Okta. If you want your users to have a password in this Okta, then you have to activate the account, which will send an activation email to the user. So if I want to activate this account now, I can click on activate, and it is confirming that an activation email will be sent to this user. So I can click on activate person, and this user will now be changed into pending user action. So if we do the refresh once again, you can see this user has changed into pending user action, which means an email has been received by the user, and user has to click on the activate Okta button on that email to activate the account, and the process involves setting up a recovery question and a password on the account. If I want to update this user, as we have done for the previous user, we can go to the profile of this user and we can click on edit and we can update the profile. So I can update the display name as the first and last name. I can set a city for this user. I can set a state for this user, and I can set the country code, which is India. Now, country code is an interesting attribute in Okta because here you cannot specify the complete country name. You have to use the ISO specified 2-digit country code, so which is IN for India, and if it's US, it will be if it's USA, it will be US. For Canada, it will be CA, and so on. Similarly, preferred language is also an attribute which you cannot specify something like this as English. No, you have to specify the ISO specified language code, which will be EN-US. Similarly, for locale, which defines your localization, it will be EN_US, and time zone would be in an ISO format, which is like Asia/Kolkata for us, right? So once you've specified these values, you can click on save, and it will save the profile. If any of these values is incorrectly typed here, then it will create a conflict and it will not save. If you want to assign this user to any application, you can go to assign application, click on assign application, and you have different applications which this user can be assigned to. So you can click on assign button, and it will then ask you to confirm the username which this user is going to get in that application, and click on save. If you want to assign users to other application, you can do it. So from here, once you are done, you can click on done button here, and the user is getting assigned to this application. Similarly, for group, you can search for any group name and you can assign this user into any of the group which user is not having access to. So I have assigned this user to the Askmeidentity learners group. When this user logins from any device and enrolls into Okta Verify, their device will appear here, and we can manage their devices as well. As of now, this user has not logged in from any devices. If If I'm not willing to wait for this user to set up the password on the account, I can generate a temporary password for this user by clicking on the set password and activate. And this user temporary password is generated. Now user can log in using this temporary password and can change the password later on. If I want to resend the activation email, because activation email are time bound, so if it is, let's say, 7 days from the email which we have sent today, then user will not be able to use that activation email because it has a token which gets expired after a certain number of time. So if that has been the case, and if you user want to activate the account after the expiry, you can click on resend activation email, and when you click on resend, it will be sent to the user. Currently we already have an active email for this user, and we have a temporary password which is already generated. So user has to use a temporary password in order to log in and set the new password. User cannot use activation email any longer. If I want to deactivate this user, so if this user is no longer needed in our Okta, then we can deactivate the user. And deactivation is an offboarding process where when a user is no longer needed in an organization, let's say the user has left and it's already been 30 to 45 days since the user has left, so we do not need that account any longer, then we can deactivate the account. And it will stop users access to Okta. It will also remove user from access to any application. It will disable the users in all of those third-party applications where user was created if we have provisioning enabled from Okta, which we'll see later on. Now this user is deactivated. You can delete this user as well. You will only get this delete option if the user is deactivated. For an active user or user in any other state other than deactivated, you will not be seeing this delete option. So once you click on delete, this user will get deleted from your Okta tenant. So we'll create one more user, and this time we will specify the password ourselves, so the user becomes an active user. So we will go to directory people and we'll create a user which is, let's say, Priyanka Prasad. If anyone has any question, you can put that on chat so that I can answer while the screen is being shared. So I want to set the password now, so I will click on activate now and I'll check this box which says I will set the password, and I can specify any password for this account. Now if this box is checked and if I click on save, then this will become a temporary password on the account. If I want this to be the password on the account and not a temporary password, so this password can be used. So I can uncheck this box. Now since the password is already set on the account and Okta is not waiting for somebody to activate this account will by default go into the active status. So if we click on save and if we look for Priyanka, you will see that this user by default is in an active status, unlike the other user which was in a staged status. So other than active, staged and deactivated, we have suspend as a status as well. So suspend is similar to deactivation, so it will remove the user from accessing, it will block the user from accessing anything. But the difference between suspend and deactivate is it will not remove the user's access from the third-party application. Although when user tries to access it, it will block the access by saying you cannot sign in, but user will remain in those applications. However, when you deactivate it, deprovisions the user, removes the user from those applications and groups as well, right? So user totally loses all the access. So deactivation should only be done when user is offboarded from the organization. While if user goes on a leave for a short time, then user has to be suspended. So this is a key difference between suspended and deactivated. Now we have other statuses like logged out. So if a user tries to do the login more than 3 times or 5 times based on whatever policy we have configured, then user will get logged out from Okta, and user has to contact an administrator to unlock the account for the next login. And if user requests for a password reset through an administrator or through the self-service, then user will become a password reset status. Then pending user action we have already seen. When we activate the user account and an activation email is sent to the user, and until the user clicks on that activation email, user is in a pending user action status. So this is about user. We can also create group in a similar fashion. So we can go to groups and we can click on add group, and here we can specify the group name. So we can say, uh, let's say today is Masterclass. So we'll say Octa Masterclass as a group, and I can say participants of our masterclass and click on save. And now this group will be created. So if I search using the name of the group, which is Octa Masterclass, then it should appear here. Currently it has 0 users and it is managing 0 applications for its accesses. So if I click on Octa Masterclass, here I can see the group information. This is a group name and this is a description. This shows the date and time when this group was modified. If I need to change the name, I can change the name here. So I can add, let's say 29th June, and I can click on save, and this will be added to the name of the group. I can I have to change this name a little bit. If I want to add users as member to this group, I can click on assign people, and here by default it shows few users list, which I can select and click on this plus and the user will get added. If I cannot find my user here on this first list, I can also type the name and I can also look for that user using the name as well. So let's say if I want to add Priyanka to this group, I will click on plus and it says assign. That means user got added to this group. So in order to view that, I'll click on done and you will see that user is a member of this group now. If I need to remove this user from the group, I can click on this cross icon and user is removed. Now if you refresh this page, then you would be able to see that user is removed from the group and it's back to its initial state. So let's add few more users to this group. So I will be adding Adam, Priyanka, and I will add myself and click on done. So these users are now added to this group. If I also want to control certain application access through this group, I can go to the application tab and I can assign an application to this group. So for example, I will be selecting this OIDC testing and click on done. Now this application is assigned to the group and all the users who are member of this group will have access to this application called OIDC testing. So that's a benefit of using group. So if we have a group and if we assign certain number of application to that group, then all the members of that group inherits that application access. So using the group, we can control an application access, and if that has a provisioning, we can control the license, a role of that user in that application as well. We can also control the admin role a user gets in Okta through the group. So here within the admin role, we can assign an administrative role to this group as well. We can also manage active directories or LDAP directories using this group, which we'll see later on. In the group profile, we have only 2 attributes by default, name and description. The third one is a custom attribute which I have created. So if you have to update the profile of this group, then you can edit and you can update any profile of this group. Now that we know how to create single user and add users individually to the group, we'll go into bulk user operation where we will see how we can create users in bulk using a CSV import. So CSV is a file, it's an Excel file where we can have different columns and rows and we can import that file into Okta. So in order to do a CSV import, we can go to directory people, we will click on more action, import users from CSV, and Okta provides a template which can be downloaded. So we'll click on this template and we will be downloading this template. And now using this template, we can add users to our CSV directory. So let me bring that CSV file on the screen. So I believe everybody can see the CSV file. Now this CSV file is downloaded from Okta, so it's a template where we can add users. Here the different columns have the same name as the attributes in the user profile. So each column represents a single attribute in the user profile, and each row will represent each user. So let's say if we want to add few users to our Okta using this import, we'll start populating this attribute values. So we'll start by creating our first users, which is James Williams at Askmeidentity.com, and his first name will be James, last name will be Williams, and I will copy this username. So login is username. It is an attribute name, a variable name of the attribute in Okta. So we will be copying this and we will paste this in the email. Other than first name, last name, email, and username, all other attributes are optional in Okta. But if you want to specify the value, you can provide the value by putting in city here, state here, and so on. Right now, let's say we'll create another user, which is if you want your users to be created, you guys can put the name of the users on the chat. So I'll go with creating Tony.Stark at Askmeidentity.com, and the first name is Tony, last name is Stark, and I'll copy the same email address. And since other attributes are optional, I can specify, let's say, any specific value. Like here I'll go with the phone number of this user, so I'll specify his phone number, and for this user phone number is not specified, which is totally fine because this is an optional attribute. So for any optional attribute, if you provide the value, that value will be reflected in the profile. If you do not provide the value, it will be left as default or blank. So there is a question in the chat: how long does it take for user ID to provision in Okta? So it's immediate. As soon as you create the user, it is available in Okta. So let's say I'll create one more user, which is Sudhanshu Trivedi at Askmeidentity.com, and the first name is Sudhanshu, last name is Trivedi, and I will copy this email address and I'll put that here in this email address. And for this user, I'll leave all of the optional attributes as a blank, and I will save this file. Right now, that if I go to my Okta screen, so here I'll go back to my Okta. So I believe everybody can see my Okta screen. I'll click on browse and I will upload that CSV file which I just saved, and click on open. So this has saved this has uploaded the file. Once I click on upload, it will verify if this is correct CSV format, and if it is, it shows CSV file was passed successfully. So Okta is able to read from that CSV file. Then we can click on next. Now we have these options to whether we want to automatically activate the new users. So it says in this CSV, if there are any users who are new users and not present in Okta from before, then do you want to automatically activate? And the way Okta verifies if it's a new user or an existing user is based on their username. So if the username matches with an existing user, then that is considered as an existing user. If the username does not match with any user which already exists in Okta, then it is considered as a new user. So I want to activate new users, and if this option is if I have an identity provider through which these users log in, and I'm just importing their account before without doing a JIT, then I can enable this box, which is not needed because I do not have a third-party identity provider from where these users would be logging in. So I can click on import users. Now it is reading through the file and trying to identify the number of users present in that file and whether they are existing users or new users. So it has identified 3 users as new users and it was able to import them successfully. So if we click on done, we should be able to see these 3 users imported here, and since we said to automatically send them an activation email, these users are currently in pending user action status. Similar to this, we can also add users to groups in bulk using the CSV. So if we go to groups and if we select the Masterclass group which we created, I can add members to this group here. So let's say if I want to add users in bulk to this group, I can click on assign people and I can then click on more action and I can say assign people with CSV import, and it again provides me to download a template, and this template would look a little bit different than the previous template. So if I share the other file, I believe everybody can see the screen. So this is the template. Now in this template, all it requires is a user ID or the username. So we have the username of those 3 users which we created before. So I'll copy the username from there and paste it here. And I will save this data, save this Excel sheet to be uploaded into Okta. So we'll go back to Okta now. So now I am in this Okta screen where I can upload this CSV file. So I can click on browse and I can look for the CSV file and I can upload this CSV file into Okta and click on upload CSV. Now as previous, it is first identifying if this is a CSV file or not. If it is, then it is being able to parse successfully. Now I can click on import and assign. So it will read through the users and try to assign those users to this group. And it gives us a summary that all of the 3 users are now assigned. So if there are any issues assigning any of these users, then it will provide us a file back to be uploaded. So let me add certain value to that file for a user which does not exist. So I will say non-existing user at askmeidentity.com and save this file. And if I do that step once again, so if I click on more action, assign people with CSV and select the file, you will see that this time it will fail. So it says 0 out of 4 users were assigned, and if we want to see the reason why, we can expand this summary and it says 3 users unchanged because they already exist in the group. So the other 3 users are already present in this group from the previous CSV import, so they will not be reassigned, and there was 1 user with error. So if you want to see the error for those users, you can click on download and this will basically show you the list of all users and their status, and beside that one last user for whom there is an error, it will show you that error message. Alright, so now we will go into people and we will start working on their user profiles. So let's say I'll go into Sudhanshu's profile here and we'll look at the different types of attribute. So first few attributes are very common, which is self-explanatory, which we don't need an explanation for. But there are few attributes like title, which represents a job title of this attribute. So mostly if you are familiar with any of the directory services, it's called as a job title, and that has to be imported here. Then we have Secondary email, which is very useful whenever you want to have user's personal email address stored. So let's say that if user has forgotten the password, and if you have a self-service feature, then user would be able to use the secondary email to reset their password. Also, during the initial onboarding, we can have users send the activation email to this secondary email itself. Then primary phone. So if we have SMS as a phone, SMS as a factor, then by default primary phone is taken if the value is present. If not, then you have to specify a value. So there is a question in the chat that we are creating groups and adding users into the group and adding those users to group to the application. In this process, how the provision will happen? Only user will be provisioned to the application, or newly created group will also provision to the application. So for your first question, only the user will provision to the application. Group is just managing the access to that application. Group itself is not getting provision. Then the second question is, application mandatory attributes will be different for each application. How can we send all other user mandatory attributes? So that is something what we are going to see now. So here, as we have discussed about attributes, right? So these attributes which are present in this profile, as we spoke before, these belongs to a schema called user here. And these are Okta defined attributes, which is called as a base attribute. Now, if we want to create our own custom attributes, then we can do so in Okta, for which we'll go to profile editor, and here we can see the collection of profiles. So you would be able to see all the profile for Okta user types, and these are other user types which I have created. The default user type in Okta is user, where it has all the attributes. Okta also creates a profile for each application, and that's where your question goes to. So for each application, we can create a different set of attributes, which is only available if a user is assigned to that application. If user is not assigned to that application, that attribute does not exist for that user application profile. Similar to this, if we do any Active Directory integration, then Active Directory profile can be seen here. And if we have any third-party identity providers, then it can be found here. So we'll go to Okta profiles and we'll select this user profile, and we will be looking into the attributes. So all the attributes which is pre-created by Okta is called as base attribute, and you can see the list of base attribute here. If we create any attribute ourselves, that is tagged as custom attributes. So if we scroll down, we can see these are all custom attributes which we have created. So if you want to create any custom attributes of your choice, you can click on add attribute in this profile schema, and you can provide a data type for this attribute. So the data type denotes what type of value this attribute is going to hold. So if you're going to provide textual data, you can select string. If it is going to hold numbers, then you can select number. If it is only a switch like a true or false, we can have boolean. If we want to have integers as in like the whole numbers only, then we can select integer here. If we want to store multiple values, then we can go into array. So array is like a list where we can have in the same attribute multiple values. And the example of those kind of attribute can be phone numbers or the certifications, right? As you can have multiple phone numbers and multiple certifications for a single user. So we'll start with creating a string attribute, and we'll give the attribute name as Masterclass ID. And you can see here there are two attribute name required, a display name and a variable name. Now both refer to the same attribute. So display name is a friendly name which is there to identify that attribute easily in an admin console. But when we are working with scripts or expressions or that CSV import which we were doing, we always use the variable name of that attribute. That's an actual pointer to that attribute. And there is some naming convention to this variable name, which is it cannot have space in the names, it cannot start with a number, and it cannot have multiple special characters other than underscore or a dash. So we will have this variable name as Masterclass ID, while here we can specify like this, which is acceptable in the display name. If you want to describe your attribute, what this is about, you can provide a short description here. So I can say participant ID for the master class. And then if we want to make this attribute as a required attribute, which is other term for it can be a mandatory attributes, so you can select this box. In that case, you will not be able to create a user or import a user from other sources if user is missing this attribute value. So it becomes a mandatory attribute for the user to must have a value, otherwise you cannot create that user. So if we do not want to do that as of now, so we'll uncheck this box. If you want to hide this attribute from users end user dashboard to be visible in the user's profile, you can select hide. If you want this ID to be visible only but user will not be able to change themselves, then you can say read only. If we want this value to be updated by the users, then we can say read and write. So participant ID users can definitely view it, but I don't want them to modify this ID themselves, so I will click on read only. And if I want to define any specific length restriction that the value must be within certain number of characters, then I can use this attribute length as a restriction. Also, if I want this value to be unique for each user, that means no two users can have the same participant ID, then I can select value must be unique for each user. And here this value will be like two users cannot have the same value. So now let me go ahead and click on save and add another. So this attribute is now saved and I can see that attribute here in the attribute section under custom. So if I go to any user which belongs to this user type, so let's say this user, I can see in the profile an attribute called as Masterclass ID, and I can definitely specify a value for this attribute and save it. So I can say the ID for this is M1001 and click on save, and this ID got saved for this user. Similarly, if I want to create an array attribute, I can go to profile editor and I can go to the user profile and click on add attribute, and here instead of string we can select string array, and here we can specify an attribute which is like master class courses, right, which they have subscribed for. So let's say here I cannot have space, so I will remove the space and insert an underscore, and I am just going to make this as a drop down. So I want a predefined list of values can only be selected. I don't want a free form text box like this ID which can be type anything, right? So whenever we have a free form text box, there is a chances that different administrator may type values in a different way, and the casing is very important, so the casing may be lost. So at a certain point of time that creates a trouble. So if we have something like this which can be predefined, we can use this enumerator list of values and we can define our list of values here. So I can say Octa master class. Again, it has a display name which you want to display in the user profile section, and the actual value which Octa was stored in the directory. So I can say here as Octa. I can also say ping master class, and here it will be ping sale point, and you can add other values as well. And since this is a string array, that means it can have more than one value. Our users will have an option to check the boxes for which they want to subscribe. So if I now click on save for this attribute will be created, and I can now go to the user profile and specify the values for this profile attribute. So if I go to profile, click on edit here and scroll down, you would be able to see this is now predefined values. I don't have a box to type, but I have boxes to check and confirm the master class this user is member of. If anyone has any question on these custom attributes, they can put that on the chat box. So there is a question on the chat box which says if there is any sync issue between Okta and cloud application while adding users, how long does it take to resolve? So there is no defined time how long will it take. So Okta will try to push a user to the cloud application immediately as when the changes happen, and if that fails, it will try thrice, and if it fails in 3 times, then it will add a task here under dashboard. Now you as an administrator can go to this task list and you will get a error like profile push have errors, and you can select the application and you can click on retry by checking this box, and Okta can perform the retry once again. And if this time your application issue has already been fixed, it will go through. Otherwise, if there is any error, you can see the error here. So for this error, you can see it says invalid token provided. So that means the token which is being used for provisioning this application is invalid or do not exist any longer. So I need to refresh that token. Alright, then moving on to people. Now, this directory service of Okta is also called as Universal Directory, and the reason being because Okta supports not only creating the user within Okta directly, but it also supports importing users from third-party sources, and user can be imported from any third-party sources which supports provisioning. So let's say we can import users from Workday, from SuccessFactors, from Salesforce, from other applications which supports the SCIM provisioning, and we can also import users from directory services like Active Directory, LDAP Directory, and we can bring our users into here. So these are common approaches to source users into Okta, and since all of these users, whether created from Okta or imported from Active Directory or LDAP Directory or from any application, will all reside within the single directory scope, right? This is called as a universal directory of Okta, and within the universal directory of Okta, we can manage those users and their groups and their profile attributes as and when required. So what we are going to do now is we are going to look at one more section of group, and then we'll move into the directory synchronization. So here in the group, we saw two methods of adding users to this group. One was adding a user manually, and second was through a CSV import, which is also a manual step, but we can add bulk number of users using that CSV file. We have one more way, which is to make this group a dynamic. Now the benefit of any dynamic group is we do not have to manage the group membership ourselves. So we neither have to add the user ourselves or add our CSV file from time to time. What we can do is we can tell Okta to read from certain values, from attribute values, and if user is matching those values, Okta can add the user to that group on its own. And if a user which was matching the value before now no longer match the value due to a change in the attribute value, it will be removed automatically. So we make this automatic group management using a feature of Okta called as group rules. So here we can go to rules and we can create our own rule. So we can click on add rule, and I am going to name this as Masterclass rule. And the group which I'm going to target for this rule is called as Masterclass, which we created. I think it's called as Octa Masterclass. Yes. Now what I'm going to say is I can target any user attribute here. So we have selected in the condition that I want to target a user attribute which matches with the let's say attribute which we created called Masterclass ID. So we'll select Masterclass ID, and we can say that it is having certain value. So here if we say equals, we have to specify a specific Masterclass ID like 1001. So the only user matching this Masterclass ID will be added to this group, otherwise they will not. If we say starts with, then any Masterclass ID which starts with, let's say with M, will get added to this group. So Okta will read through all the users and will check their Masterclass ID attribute, and if it starts with M, then those users will get added to this group, otherwise not. if we say contains, then anywhere within their masterclass attribute ID attribute value, if they contain this keyword M, whether it's the beginning, middle, or the end, they would be added to the group. But our requirement is just to check that the user's masterclass attribute should not be blank. If it is not blank, if it has any specific value, we want the users to be added to this group. So we will be using the second conditional type, which is called as expression language. This is a language from Okta, or a configuration from Okta to specify advanced conditions. So here we can go ahead and specify our advanced conditions, which is not possible from the basic conditions here. So here what we are going to target is an user attribute. So we'll specify the name of the profile, which is called as a user, and then the name of the attribute in that profile, which is Masterclass ID. And we are going to say not equals to blank. So here, if any masterclass ID which does not equals to blank, or we can also say user dot masterclass ID does not equals to null, then we can also assign the user to this group. So in both of these conditions, either if it is a blank or it is a null, user will not get assigned to this group. But if it is not blank or not null, then user will get assigned to this group. Now if I click on save, then this rule will be saved, and you can see here currently this rule is inactive. So if I want users to be automatically managed by this rule, I have to activate this group rule. So now that it is active, we can go to our group section and we can see if any user got assigned to this group or not. So we can see a lot of users got assigned to this group. So if we review our rule here, in order to edit this rule, you have to first deactivate this rule and go to edit, and then you would be able to edit this rule. So I will remove this. I think it is not working as expected. So this should be fine. Here it says it should not be equals to blank. So I click on save, and now if we see, it's adding more and more users now. So as you can see, right, once we have our group rule specified, it is adding the users to this group from the rule. So whatever the rule says, it is adding that user. And if you want to see whether a user evaluates through a rule or not, then you can go to that rule and you can also preview that user. So let's say, okay, it's currently inactive. Let's activate it, and let's say that we will click on view, and if you want to see whether a specific user can be evaluated through this rule or not, then we can look for that user in this preview, and we can ask to check Okta whether this rule will add this user or not. So it says user matches the rule, so the user will be added to this group. So this is very important. Again, what we have done is very simple, but if you want to create a complex logic, you will have to master the expression language, and it is similar to JavaScript. So if you have done JavaScript before, it would be easy for you to understand. Alright, now we will move into Active Directory synchronization. Again, we are not going to cover Active Directory itself. What we are going to cover is how to connect Okta with Active Directory. So now in Okta, we have a concept of directory integration where we can add any Active Directory or LDAP directory with our Okta to source users. So any users and group which is created within Active Directory, we would be able to import it into Okta. So as you can see, I have already imported two different Active Directories. What I'm going to show you today is I am going to connect a new agent to this Active Directory instance and going to import that. So let me switch back to my server, which I am going to use for this session. So I'll reshare my screen with that server. I can see people raising hands, so they can put the question in chat if anybody has any question. If anyone is not able to see the screen, let me know in the chat and I can try to fix it. So, alright, I will be logging into this device. This is a virtual box, so I'm running a virtual machine, and I am going to log into this virtual machine, which is my domain controller. So it is hosting Active Directory, and it has all the Active Directory users and group and domain configured in this server. And I'm going to configure this Active Directory with Okta. Now, the architecture of Active Directory and Okta is that Okta is a cloud product where Active Directory is an on-premise product, right? So it does not have internet connectivity. So how do we connect Active Directory and Okta together? So what we do is we create an intermediary server. So if we have this server here, right, which is within our within our internal network, and it has internet access as well. So it can connect with Active Directory within the internal network, and it can also connect with Okta with the cloud, and this will act as an intermediary server to connect to both of these systems together, right? Which we call in Okta term as agent. So this is going to act as an agent between Okta and Active Directory. So here, in order to connect this server, you need this server to be a member of a domain. So here this computer is already a member of a domain. So if we go to this PC, and if we look at the system properties, you would be able to see that this is a member of octatraining.com domain, right? So this is a fully qualified domain name for this computer, and here octatraining.com is the domain where this computer is belonging. Now what I can do is I can download an Okta AD agent, which I have already done it. So here I have Okta AD agent downloaded in this downloads folder, and I can use it to integrate into Okta. So I will start the executable by double clicking on it, and I'll go through the installation process. Again, the installation is pretty simple. As you install any other application, you have to specify a folder where you want this application to be installed, and it is going to be running as a service within your Windows server. Now it is trying to install the Okta AD agent, and it has identified that this server is a member of octatraining.com domain. So we'll click on next, which it is. In case if it was not a member of octatraining.com, then you have to look into the membership of this server so that Okta can read it specifically. Now it is asking whether to create a service account or use a service account that we already have. Now what this service account is for. So we have our Active Directory within our internal infrastructure, right? Which this agent is going to read and provide those details to Okta. Now AD is a protected resource, so why would AD let anyone read its data? So in order to read the data from Active Directory, we need a service account to be created within this Active Directory so that this agent can get permission using that service account to read the users and the groups. So here Okta is giving us two options, whether we will let this agent to create a service account within our Active Directory, or we already have a pre-existing service account which we want to use. So we will let the service account be created by this agent, and in my directory I already have it, so it will ask me for a password which I can specify here. And now that authentication is successful, so it is asking whether I want to set up a proxy server. Again, we are not going to use proxy here, so we'll click on next. And now it needs the information about Okta tenant to which it connects this Active Directory instance. So here you will need to provide information about your Okta tenant. So let me go to Okta. And get my tenant ID. Here you cannot copy paste because the copy paste by default is disabled in the virtual machine. So I will type it here. Trial 620 5492, I believe. Yeah, 5492.okta.com. Now before we do that, one quick minute, I think my number pad is off. Okay, so now before we proceed to the next step, we also need to create a service account similar to what we did for Active Directory in Okta, so that this agent, when it has read the changes, read the users and group information from Active Directory, it can push those updates to the Okta. And in order to push that update to Okta, it needs permission in Okta. So we need a service account in Okta to be created as well with an administrative permission so that that service account can modify Okta. So we will go back to our Okta screen. I believe everybody can see the Okta screen now. So now in this Okta screen, what we will do is we'll create a user and we'll call it as a Masterclass AD service account. You can name this user as anything which you can recognize. I am just using with the Masterclass tag, so I understand when and how this user was created. So I can say Masterclass AD SVC, and I will give the password of my choice so that it becomes an active user directly, and click on save. Now that the service account is created, we need to elevate the service account to have administrative permission in Okta so that it would be able to create users and groups based on imports from Active Directory. So we will be going into security administrators, and here we'll go to admins and we'll click on add administrator, and here we'll target our Masterclass AD account, and we have to select a role which we can assign to this user. one quick minute. There is a UI issue. Okay, now I can select the role. Here for AD synchronization, you can also go with org administrator, but certain time it will fail on some of the attribute level mastering or attribute profile mapping. So it is preferred to use a super administrator account, so it has access to all the changes it can perform in Okta, and you need to secure this username and password using vault mechanism like CyberArk or uh, any other Beyond Trust or any other PAM solution, so that you only retrieve this username and password on a need to know basis. So now that this is created, we'll click on save, and I'm going to use this administrative account to synchronize my Active Directory. So I will go back to the server. Alright, so I believe you can see the server. So now here I'll click on next, and this will go through with authentication of Okta service account which we have just created. So here it will bring us a form where we can enter the Okta service credentials. So here in this form, in this login form, I will be using the service account which I just created, which is Masterclass ADSVC at Askmeidentity.com. And I have to set up I already have set up a password, so I have to use that password. It might prompt me to enroll into a multi-factor because that is what I have made as required, and I will quickly scan this QR code. So this has now been added, and in order to confirm, I have to just provide the code from my Google Authenticator and click on verify. Now it is giving me option to install additional factors based on the policy. I will ignore that for now and click on continue, and my authentication is successful. Now as my authentication is successful, it is giving me an option to allow access, and this provides an access to this agent to manage the Okta application instance, which is the Active Directory itself. So Active Directory is considered to be a special application in Okta. Then it needs API permissions to manage users and groups and their profiles within Okta. So we will click on this allow access, and this generates a token which is then stored in this Active Directory agent and will be used by the agent for any configuration, for any user and group synchronization there onwards. So now that this agent is installed, it will start the service automatically within this server. So if we go to services.msc, we can see the service is running. And if we go back to our Okta tenant now, we should be able to see that agent being detected by Okta. So I will now share my Okta screen once again. So here now, if we need to import those users and groups, we'll go to directory, we'll go to directory integration, and octatraining.com is a domain for which we have installed an agent. And here within the agents tab, you should be able to see an operational agent which we just installed, right? And it shows the version number of the agent software which we have installed is 3.16, and there is a new version available as well, which I can download and install later, but that is not required as of now. Also, if I go to import tab, I would be able to import any users and group which has been created in that tenant. And here I have two import options. One is incremental and one is full import. So as the name suggests, full import will try to read through all the users in group which is present within Active Directory, and it will see that if that can be imported into Octa if there is any change. And incremental import will only import the recent changes which has not been imported after the last import. So if we click on import now, it will try to look for all the users in group to import it into Octa. Sometimes this can be longer as well if we have a lot of changes done. So I will quickly create a user in my Active Directory and then run the import once again. So I will just need few seconds. So I will go to my Active Directory. I believe you guys are not able to see the screen, so let me share that screen as well. And again, as I said, this is not a class on Active Directory, so I will just quickly create the account. So here I am in my Active Directory, and I will create a user account within the HROU, and I will select new user, and the user which I want to create is let's say Arnab Rol, and the username which I'm going to provide to this user is arnab.rol, and next. And I can specify any password for this user account. And click on next. Finish. So now this user Arnab Rol has been created in Active Directory. I will quickly assign him certain other attributes like a job title of system admin, a department of IT, and a company called Askmeidentity. And if I want to assign any manager to this user, I can assign that manager. So I can type the name of the user and I can click on check names, and it will, if there are multiple Rohan in this Active Directory, it will bring me a list to select from. Since there is only one Rohan, it has automatically selected that value, and I can click on OK, apply, and OK, and these values will be applied to this Rohan's profile. Similar to this, I can also create a group. So within Americas, I can create a group which I can name it as Masterclass AD group. And this is going to be a security group, so I'll leave it to security and click on next. Now within this group, I can assign a member, so I can assign Arnab to this group which I just created, and click on check names. So since there is only one Arnab, it did not give me an option to select from. It automatically assigned that user. So now that I have my users and group here in Active Directory, I can synchronize these users and group to my Okta tenant. So let me re-share my Okta screen. After this directory integration, I will give 5 minutes to questions. So if anybody has questions, they can start putting it into the chat, and we'll go through a question and answer session after this for 5 minutes, and then we'll continue with the next topic. So now that our users and group are created, I can click on import now and can select an incremental import to find all the changes which has been done since I last ran the import, and click on import. So it would be able to scan the users and groups and bring in the users and group from AD into Okta. So it was able to import one new user and one new group. So if we go to directory people, we should be able to see Arnab, which is created, and the values being pulled from Active Directory. So if we go to this profile, we will be able to see his display name, primary email, first name, last name, username, and these attributes getting pulled, the department, the manager attribute which we provided. Similarly, if we go to groups, we should be able to see the Masterclass AD group getting imported, and it has one user in this list. If you can see, right, this group has a different icon than other groups. So it has an icon of Windows to tell that this is a group which is being imported from Active Directory, and this is not an Okta created group. So any group which is imported from third-party source, it has a logo for that source. So these have Oracle logos, so it means these have been imported from Oracle. So now whenever we have group being imported from third-party sources like Active Directory, Oracle, or any other application, we cannot edit that group membership in Okta. So if you see here, this assign people and this removing any user is not available for us. So this group membership has to be changed at the source itself. So only the administrators of Active Directory will be able to modify this group within Active Directory, and then we can synchronize the changes into Okta. So Active Directory or any other source becomes a source of truth for Okta to source users and group membership. And once there is a change at their side, Okta will synchronize a change into Okta groups itself. So we cannot do change membership here, but we can use this group to assign applications, assign policies, as we can use other Okta groups. So here I can also click on assign application and click on done. Similarly, since we cannot manage a membership here within Okta, group rules will not work for this kind of group. Any question, anyone? Now it's a question answer session, so if you can put your questions in chat, I can answer those questions. So we have 5 minutes for that. I can get started with some of the questions which is already there on the chat. So it says, does that service account need any specific permission in this domain or AD? So if you just want to read the users, it has to be a member of domain users group. It does not need any additional permission. But Okta also supports downstream provisioning to Active Directory. So if you also want to create users within Active Directory through Okta, then this service account will need permission to manage those OUs where you want to create these users. There is a question to set up VM step by step. So I already have a YouTube video available to set up VM step by step. You can follow in there. Since it's a 5 hours masterclass, it will take 10 to 15 minutes in setup in VM and downloading the Windows ISO. Then there is a question called, is it possible to explain again agent setup process on a high level? Sure. So agent setup works, let me start with the drawing. I believe everybody can see this screen. So the way agent setup works is, let's say you have this Okta, which is your cloud provider, and you have your on-premise Active Directory, and this is within the protected network, right? So this is let's say secured by this firewall, which is in between Active Directory and the public internet, and anything which is left to this firewall is a public internet. So I will just highlight that with this, and we'll name this as a public internet. And the other component which is right to the firewall is our corporate network or internal network, right? So we'll just name it as internal corporate network. Now anyone from outside of the public internet cannot reach to this AD. So what we will basically do is, within our corporate internet, we would create another server, which is going to be the server where the agent will be installed. So collectively we'll call this as agent. Now since this is within the internal network, it can easily communicate with Active Directory, right? So it can have a to and fro communication from Active Directory, and now it also has internet capabilities. So it can make outbound calls to this Okta, which is on the public internet, and it can synchronize the data. And also Okta can reach out through the secure port to this agent and can request for data. So this agent becomes an intermediary between this AD and Okta. So in order to set up this agent, you will need to download the agent from Okta, which you can do so from here. So from settings, you can go to downloads, and you can download this AD agent installer, and you can move that to your server. And once it is in your server, you can install the agent, for which you need to provide your service account details and Okta tenant URL to connect this. Then there is one question, which is what are the prerequisites for an AD agent? If there are any issues, how can I troubleshoot them? So the prerequisite for AD agent as of now is to install at a minimum Windows 12 R2 server. You cannot install on a server which is below that. You can have multiple AD agent installed, so you have to first understand the number of changes which happens within your organizations, the number of users, authentication which is happening, and based on that you have to create multiple AD agents. You also have to enable, as I said, the port 443 on that server so that it can communicate with internet. So these are the basic prerequisites, and the server has to be a domain member of the domain through which you want to integrate. And one AD agent can only support one domain. So if you have multiple domains, then you would be able to you have to install multiple agents for multiple domains. So now the next question from the chat is, to deactivate user, is it like manual process for all users in Okta? Is there any automation process for remove the users? So it depends. So deactivation can be done manually, or if you have any specific attribute to specify, let's say a termination date attribute, and you want the users to be terminated or deactivated automatically on that day, then you can also use Okta workflows to automatically deactivate those users on the termination date. Usually when we install backup AD agent, is it in the same server or you did just now? Okay, so in one single server you can only install one Active Directory agent, so you have to definitely install it in a separate server. And the recommendation is you install it in a server in a different data center or in a different availability zone. So even if that data center goes down, the backup will be available for the authentication and synchronization. Then the next question is, when importing into Okta the user records, will they be hashed? Yes, so they would be hashed. It will not be imported into a plain text, and there is a SSL pinning which is happening on both agent and Okta level. So using that SSL pinning, the contents will be decrypted. It's not hashed, it's encrypted and decrypted. Then how many agents are required for a particular domain and how load balancing works. So there is not a fixed number of agent based on a domain, right? So as I said, you have to identify the number of authentication which takes place, the number of changes which happens in Active Directory, and how frequently do you want to synchronize those changes. So based on that, you have to create those number of agents. Recommended from Okta is, let's say for every 10,000 users, you should have one agent, and at minimum you should always have two agents for failover. And Okta does the load balancing on its own, so we do not need to load balance ourselves. So Okta will divide the number of jobs within these agents automatically. So I will just give one more minute for the question and answer. If I don't see any other question, then I'll move with another topic. Communication between Okta and AD agent is TCP based or UDP based. It is both. So in order to make the connection, it is a TCP connection, so the handshake is done, and when the data import is happening, it is usually UDP, but Okta has a specific flag which is to mark if there was any changes done and the timestamp when the changes were done. So even if something is missed during this import, Okta would be able to get that in the next import, so the data is not lost. All right, so I will now move to another question, which is, since we are installing agent in one server, in case those AD server down, how can maintain sync? So as I said, right, you have to install multiple agents in different data centers so that the failover can happen. So we have covered users, groups, and synchronizing from Active Directory or importing from Active Directory into Okta. Now, one of the main thing when you import from Active Directory is to create a profile mapping, because the attribute which exists in Active Directory is different than what we have in Okta. So we need to create a profile mapping. Now, Okta by default creates a profile mapping for the 13 attribute which Okta has one-on-one mapping or the known mapping for Active Directory. So if we go to profile editor and directories, here beside our Active Directories we have mappings. If we click on this Active Directory, then we can see the attributes which we are importing from this Active Directory. So we are importing this list of attributes from Active Directory. Now what we can do is we can say that how these attributes which are being imported from Active Directory to be stored in Okta in Okta profile attributes. So for that is defined within the mapping. So we'll click on configure user mapping, and here in this tab it says oktatraining.com to Okta user. So it is indicating a direction that the users are getting imported from Active Directory and to Okta. So we are getting the profile attribute value from Active Directory into Okta. So we have to define how to store these values into Okta. So for username, there is a by default mapping when you do the integration. Then for other attributes like first name, last name, middle name, Okta already knows how to map them. So it has already mapped them to the first name, last name, and middle name attribute of Okta. Then for email, we are using an expression language to say that if there is a email address value in the Active Directory, then import the email address and store it in the email attribute of Okta. Otherwise, import the UPN, user principal name, which is also in an email format, and store it in the email attribute of Okta. So this kind of expression language can be used in Okta to determine a value. So here, if we have specified an email address value for a user in Active Directory, which is not a mandatory attribute in Active Directory, then this email address will have that correct value. Otherwise, it will have the value from UPN, because for Okta, email is a required attribute or a mandatory attribute. Similarly, if you want to import the job title from Active Directory and import and keep it in the title attribute of Okta, you can look for the title attribute. So now job title from Active Directory will be stored in the title attribute of Okta as well. Similarly for display name. So these are basic mapping which Okta has done automatically. So there is a telephone number attribute in Active Directory which is now stored in the primary phone of Okta. If you want to manipulate any of these values or change the values, then you can do so here in the profile mapping. So here what I have done is I have a custom attribute called manager name. So Okta basically provides a manager value in a DN format. So if we look at the user which we just imported from Active Directory, so if we go to people, and if we look at Arnab's profile, here we have assigned Rahul as a manager. So if we go to the profile, and we can see the manager value is a DN format. But let's say if we only want Rohan or Rohan Mishra to be the manager name, then we have to use the expression language of Okta to manipulate this value, to derive a value of our choice from this incoming value from Active Directory. So here what I have done is, using expression language, I have used a function called get user manager, and I have specified the application name from where the manager has to be looked at, and I'm saying that get the first name. So for this user, the DN value which is coming as a manager, it will look if user in Active Directory exists with that DN value. If yes, then get the first name of the manager and store it in the manager name attribute. Similarly, if you want to define any other like this Masterclass ID, I can use the SID attribute of Active Directory and I can map it. And I can then click on save mapping, and everything. If it is right, it will save the mapping, and I can click on apply updates now. So this profile mapping will get applied to the users which are being imported from Active Directory. So if we go to users now, and if we go to Arnab's profile, we would be able to see the values as per the mapping. So I did only change the title, and I changed the Masterclass ID. I did not make changes to any other attribute, so others should remain as it is, while these should have some value. So for Masterclass ID, now I have SID of the user, and I also updated the title attribute. So title now has a value called system admin, which is coming from Active Directory. And if you look at this, right, if you click on edit here, you can see you cannot change these values which are coming from Active Directory, because Active Directory now is your source of truth. So all the values can only be derived from Active Directory, but it cannot be managed directly here in Okta. So you cannot manage this user or change the value. So in that case, the user becomes a read-only user in Okta for you. You can perform the password reset, MFA reset for this user, but you cannot update the user profile. Now, let's say that there are certain attributes which are coming from different sources. Let's say this manager name, which is now coming from Active Directory. I don't want the manager name to be imported from Active Directory, but all other attributes to be imported from Active Directory. So here in this profile, I want only the manager attribute to be imported from a third-party source, instead of all the attributes imported from that third-party source. So I have to apply a theory which is called as attribute level mastering. So as of now, this entire profile is being mastered by Active Directory. So all the attributes are being mastered by Active Directory, which just means that Active Directory controls the value of these attributes, right? So it's a source of truth. But if we define a different source of truth for a specific attribute, then it will be called attribute level mastering. So for that, we will go to profile editor again, and here we will select the Okta profile where we are creating these accounts, and we have to target the attribute name. So we can say the manager attribute from here, and we'll click on this information icon beside the attribute name, and here it says inherit from profile source. So whatever is the profile source for this user, in this case it's Active Directory, the user will get the value of this attribute from that profile. But if we want to override that value, if we want to manage this in Okta, then we will say inherit from Okta and click on save attribute, and now this attribute is saved into Okta to be managed. So if you go to Arnab's profile, you would be able to see that you cannot edit other attribute, but you can still edit the manager attribute, because it is now no longer inheriting from Active Directory, rather it is inheriting values from Okta. So we can change the values into Okta here. So if we go to profile and click on edit, for us other attributes are not editable, but if we go to the manager attribute, it is editable, and we can change this value. But this change will not reflect in your Active Directory, because this is only a semantic change in Okta, and we can click on save. I'm seeing a lot of chat to say that I could not hear you for past few minutes. I believe everybody can hear me now, right? And if anybody has question, you can please put it on the chat. So whenever I get time between these topics, I would answer those questions. So now that we have looked into directory services importing, we'll go into application integration. So again, I assume people here understand the basic concept behind SAML and OAuth. All we are going to do is we are going to integrate an app using those protocols, and the app which I will be integrating is called as Click Data. So that's our data analytics application. So here we'll sign up for a 30-day trial for Click Data, So you can go to click data, sign up, and you can click on free trial. And I can provide names. Company name I can say as Askmeidentity, and I can provide an email address and my phone number. And click on sign up. Now this has sent a verification code for me to verify, so I will log into my email. And I will use this code here and click on verify. Now I can specify a password which I want to keep on this account, and it is asking where my data to be stored. So since this is just for a trial, I can store it in US and whatever company name I want to give. So I can say Masterclass, Askmeidentity .clickdata.com, and I can agree to the terms and services and click on let's get started. So it is identifying the password is weak, so let me set up a strong password on this account. Now my passwords are saved, so I will also save this in my browser. You can fill up these feedback forms and click on let's start. So we have this application ready for integration with Okta. Now we will plan how to integrate this application. So Okta supports multiple single sign-on protocol to do the application integration, right? So we can go to applications, and we can start with application integration. So if you click on create app integration, you can see it supports OIDC, SAML, SWA, and API services, which is again OIDC itself. So here we can use any of these. Other than these, if you want to integrate your application with any other protocol, you can go to browse app catalog, and it also supports WS Federation. So you can type here WS Fed, and it will give you a template which you can use to do the WS Fed integration as well. So here in Okta, there are two ways of integrating an application. If your application is available into the catalog of Okta, which Okta and its partners have developed, so it is also called as OIN catalog or Okta Integration Network catalog. So if your application is available in the catalog, it makes it easier for you to integrate this application into Okta. But if your application is not available for you in the catalog, then you have to do the custom integration using the create app integration. So we'll quickly check if click data as an application is available in the catalog or not. So here we can see click data is available in our catalog. So we can do this catalog integration. So we click on click data here and click on add integration, and here it is asking for our base URLs, and it gives an example that enter your base URL. For example, if your URL is acme.clickdata/login, then you just need to enter acme.clickdata.com. And for us, our URL is this, so we'll copy this URL and we will paste this URL here and click on next. I think this is creating a trouble, so let me remove this and click on next. Now that it is accepted, it is asking us to select a protocol through which we want to integrate. So for this integration, I will go with SAML integration and select SAML 2.0, and I am getting this metadata which I can copy, which will later be used to integrate Okta within the click data. So I'll just keep it open in my other tab and go back to Okta integration. And here I have to then specify what is the username which I am going to pass to this application from Okta. So here by default it has selected Okta username. So the username which I have in Okta will be passed to this application as a name ID or as a username, as an application username. And the value of this username will change whenever it is a user is assigned in Okta to this application, or for an assigned user if the value is updated, and the updated value will be sent to the application. So we can click on done here, and this application integration is completed. So as you can see, since I have used the integration network catalog, it was easy for me to integrate this application. If we would have done this through a create app integration through here, and if we select SAML integration as a logon method, then we have a form to fill up and specify all of our data ourselves. So here I'm naming this application as click data manual and click on next, and we have to provide the SAML ACS URL entity ID ourselves in order to configure this application. So it makes it very easy when you use app catalog for Okta to integrate any application. So now that we have already created this application from the OIN catalog, we'll go to that application. And we have the metadata copied from this application already here. So now it's time to configure the application side. So for each application which is an OIN application, Okta includes an integration guide which you can also follow from the sign on tab. So within the sign on tab you can click on view SAML setup instructions, and it will list the instruction how to onboard this application into like at their side. As of now, what I can do is I can go to click data. I will click on this here, and I will go to account settings, and here within single sign on I will enable the single sign on, and I have to specify my Okta information. So here it is providing the metadata from the service provider, because this application is going to act as a service provider. Now since I have used a catalog application from Okta, I do not need this metadata, and I can import a metadata from Okta. So here I can click on import, and it is asking me to select a file. So what I can do is I can save this as an XML. So I can right click and say save as, and I can name this as click data .xml, and the format selected here is XML, right? And click on save. So now this file is saved as clickdata.xml, which I can upload it here. So I can click on import identity provider certificate, select the certificate, metadata, and select the metadata, and it has automatically fetched the values from the metadata. So if we look at the entity identifier or entity ID, it has copied the value from here, and the single sign-on URL from here, and this certificate has been copied automatically by Okta. Now here we have to enable sign authentication request so that click data can sign it. If you don't want signed authentication request, you can uncheck this, because Okta has very recently started to support a signed request. Previously Okta did not support signed request. So now here we have to specify the user attributes which we are going to receive from Okta, and it gives us a naming convention of these attribute. It has to be in this specific format. So I will say for email, mail, as per the naming convention I'll go. For first name it will be given name, for last name it will be SN, and for can sign in, which will be a true or false, it will be can sign in click data. You don't need to worry about these attribute names yourself. As you can see here, Okta has already specified these attributes for you, right? So you can also copy from here as well if you need. So here I can copy and paste this, and a team name I can just say as a default team. Again, if you want to see what Okta calls this as, it's called as default team itself. So now we have defined the attribute which we need from Okta side. So we also need to pass these attributes from Okta. So what we need to do is we need to go to our Okta and we need to go to this application, and here within this application we will click on edit, and we have to specify those values. So since this is a OIN catalog application, I believe Okta has already specified those values in the profile editor. So if we go to directory profile editor, and we discuss at the beginning, for each application which we integrate into Okta, there will be a profile created for that application. So here we will look for our click data profile. So this is a click data application. I click on click data user here, and currently it has only one single attribute. So I will be adding those other attributes which I want to pass, and the attribute values were male, given name, SN, and then it was can sign in. So if we go here, copy this attribute name and create an attribute with this name. So I can click on add attribute, can sign in, and then it will be a boolean. So I can say boolean, which will be a true or false, and I can click on save. And then here the last one was a default team, and I can specify that here as well. So now Okta has these attributes, and I have to map so that any user which is assigned to this application provides those specific values. So here it will be Okta user to click data, because we are sending this attribute to click data application. So I will say that the mail attribute within the click data will be from the email attribute of Okta. Again, the given name would be from the first name of Okta. The SN or surname would be from the last name of Okta. And since this is a boolean, it will be true, and default team will can just add default team here and click on save mapping, apply updates. Now if you assign this application to any user, so if you go to this click data application, you can assign this to any user which exists in that tenant. So I created that using Sumit@askmeidentity.com. So I will look for that user profile, and I don't have it here. So I will quickly create Sumit@askmeidentity in this tenant. And I will also set the password on this account, and the password is welcome. Now that the password is set, it is already saying a user with this exists. So let me see. Okay, so this is in a deactivated state. So I will activate this user profile, and this user is currently being activated. Now I will quickly activate this account by setting up a temporary password and resetting that password so that I know the password on this account. Oh, I know this screen might not be visible to you because this is where I'm setting up my personal password, so I have purposefully kept it hidden. Give me just one more minute while I'm setting up my MFA and everything on this profile. Okay, so I am now logged in using my personal account, so I can now assign this user the click data application which we have created. So here we can look for click data, and this is the application which we have created. So when we click on assign, it is going to show us all the attribute for which we have done the mapping and the attributes which we have created in this application profile. So here you can see the email attribute is going to get from this first name, last name, and the can sign in is a true value and default name is a default. So I can save and go back. Now I will bring my other screen, or I can log out from here. And I can go to click data, and in click data I have to first do a validation to store this. So I have to click on so if you try to save this first, it will ask you to do a validation, and the default role which I'm going to give is account administrators. So now if you try to save, it says you must have to first validate. So if you click here to validate, it will make a request to Okta for your authentication. So here it is saying that the email attribute must be set to this value and the can sign in data set to yes, but for us it is set to true. So this might fail, but let's give it a try. So here I will log in using my other credential. And I will enter the MFA code for this user. Now it says you don't have permission to sign in because it is not set to yes. So I will log in once again using my other credentials to set that value correctly. If somebody has a question, you can put that on chat. As you can see, a few hand raises. So if you have a question, please put that on chat. So I treated that attribute as a boolean, right, which can have a true and false. So let's do one thing. Let's delete that and create that as a string attribute so we can type yes and no. That's what the application is expecting. So we will go and look for the click data profile attribute, and we will delete this attribute which we created. Now deleting an attribute creates a job. It's not instantly deleted, so it will create a job within Octa. And now if you try to create this attribute for one time, it will say that this attribute already exists and it may complain. But if you do a retry, because we did not refresh the page, right, so it was not able to refresh the state. But now since it will have a new state, so if we click on save, it is able to save this data. And we will go to the application assignment for this application, and we'll change the value for Sumit from true to yes. So here we'll click on edit for this user, and the value will be set to yes, and click on save. Now that the value is set correctly, I will just do a sign out and do the validate once again to see if that takes in effect. So here I will log in once again using my other credentials, and I will provide my username and MFA if required. Yes, it is required. it is still not able to validate. And if I change the default role, let's see if we change to viewer. This is the same account which we used to create, right? Yes. So eventually, while it's getting the same data, it should let me, but let me figure out by logging into Okta as an admin once again. So I will go to that application, and here within that application, I will edit this user to see if it has all the values in the same format as required. So it seems like yes. Let me say it as like viewers or something as a default team. And one time let me try it in incognito so I don't have to keep logging out and logging in. Okay, so I think it is because of this. I have not enabled assertion to be signed, and I'm sending a signed assertion. So here, since this is an OIN application, we cannot see that setting, but it is sending a signed assertion, and basically I think that's why it is failing. So let me sign out and do that authentication once again. So 474152. So here can sign in and default team would be default. So here is it prompting for that to be signed? yes, it is signed, and force authentication to be on as well, and default role to be set as editors. Okay, so it says configured in the UI, and default team is configured in the UI in step 10 above. So this is a pre-configured attribute for this. So we only need to configure as an additional attribute. We cannot configure them in the profile attribute. Okay. Alright, so what I would do basically here in that case, I will log in back with my administrative account. So generally you would be able to set up those additional attributes here within the sign-on information itself, but since this is an OIN attribute, I do not think we would be able to. Okay, we can. So instead of providing those values there, I can directly add a value here, and let's say I can say as editors, and it was can sign in, click data, and I would just make that here as yes, and click on save, and now let's give it another try. So I click on validate, it takes me to Okta to do the authentication once again. And here I will be logging in using my other account which I just created. And now the authentication is successful. So it was not reading that from the 7 assertion, these two attribute, and hence it was throwing an error. So this is now been validated. So we can click on save, and this has been saved, and it will immediately log me out. And if I want to log in again, I can log in using my app dashboard. So here, since I'm logged into my profile, if I want to go to this app, I can click on click data from here, and I can do authentication. But basically, since it does not support IDP initiated authentication, it will not take me to the right endpoint. Rather, what I can do is I can go to askmeidentity.clickdata.com, which is my clickdata URL, and it knows to authenticate with Okta. So it will take me to Okta, and since I'm already logged into Okta, it does a single sign-on, and I am logged in user. Now, as of now, we are just doing a single sign-on, but if you want to improve the security of this application, because this is a data analytic application, right? So you'll have access to a lot of data, and they may be a confidential data or something like that. So in those cases, if you want to secure this application, you can also enable multi-factor for this application from Okta through policies, which we are going to look next. So if anybody has any question, please put that on chat. So here I will switch my account once again to my administrative account. Alright, so we are now back into Okta as logged in as an administrator. So what we are going to do next is, since we have configured this application, now we'll look into how to create policies so that we can protect this application. So the policy in Okta which is needed to protect this specific application is called as authentication policies. So in Okta there are different other types of policies which we'll look at, but one of the such policies called as authentication policies, which is available under security. So here we can create policies which is related to just that application, or we can have a policy assigned to multiple application, right? So as of now it is assigned to a policy which does not require multi-factor, but here let's say I have a policy which is require two factors during the application authentication. So here what I am going to say is that in order to log into this app I need at least Okta verify or a password and a Google Authenticator or an Okta Verify. So currently I satisfy the condition of a password and Google Authenticator. And here in the applications, I will assign the click data as an application if it is not already assigned. So let me quickly check if this is already a member of this application or policy. So yes, it is. So it should enforce 2FA whenever we try to access this application. So we will see when it is enforcing the 2FA. So if we see the condition here, it says it is enforcing 2FA only every 12 hours. So when I did my initial authentication, I already used 2MFA. So it will not enforce this for me now. So what I will change here is, instead of saying 12 hours, I can also do every time. So in that case, every time I sign into this application, it should prompt me for multi-factor. And it is asking that are you sure you want to save this rule? So I can click on save anyway, and this rule is saved. So now any user who is accessing click data, it will ask them to do multi-factor every time they access it. So if we have any sensitive application, we should be configuring multi-factor on that application to be prompted every time. If there is an application which is not sensitive, then if we can configure contextual multi-factor based on whether we are within office, outside office, or a private network or on a public network. So always whenever we are on a public network, we should challenge the user for a multi-factor, while on a private network we may not want to challenge the user for a multi-factor. And again, it depends upon the sensitivity as well. So while we are looking at the policy, we'll start our discussion with global session policy. So global session policy in Okta is a policy which will confirm whether you can log into Okta or not. So whenever you are not logged into Okta Identity Engine and your session does not exist, so in order to create the session, Okta goes through this policy evaluation called global session policy, and in this policy Okta evaluates a condition for you to have an Okta session. And if we look at these policies here, right, so all of these policies applies to groups. So here you are targeting a set of users on which this policy should apply using a group membership. So everyone is a group in Okta, which is a default group which has everyone, whether it's imported from Active Directory, imported from any application, or created directly in Okta, they all will be in this everyone group. So here the default policy is targeting everyone, and each of these policies have a rule to specify what are the conditions of your authentication. So if we click on edit here, we can see that it is looking for an IP address, a specific identity provider, behavior, risk, and after all of these conditions satisfies for a specific user in that group, then you can determine whether you want to allow access to Okta or not. So here access is allowed or denied. So if you deny this authentication, then user cannot authenticate to Okta. But if you want to allow the authentication, then you have to say that what will be your method of authentication. So here the first option is any factor used to meet authentication policy requirement, and we just viewed in the authentication policy it is applied to an app level. So let's say if you're authenticating to an app and you don't have an Okta session, so you have to first log into Okta. So at that point of time, if your application needs a password plus MFA, and if you do that, Okta session will also be created. But if you don't want to use a method from your application, but rather you want to use a method in Okta itself, then you can say a password, wherein a password will be made mandatory to create the Okta session. Also, if you want to enforce MFA for the user, regardless of whatever it is configured in the authentication policy, so for Okta authentication itself, you need a multi-factor authentication, then you can say MFA required, and you can also design the frequency of the MFA requirement. So whether you require it at every sign-in, so every time a user does an authentication to Okta, it needs MFA. You can also say MFA when signing in from a new device cookie. That means basically if you change your device or your browser on the same device also, Okta will identify that as a new device. So if you're using the same browser, it will be not be prompted for multi-factor after once. And if you change the browser or if you change the device, then you have to do the multi-factor once. And once you have done the multi-factor, Okta will save the device cookie. But for that to work, there is a checkbox which you have to enable to remember you on the device. If you have not done that, then Okta will not save that cookie. So this will basically work as every time if you don't check this box called keep me signed in. If you want MFA to be prompted after every certain interval, then you can define the interval in the third option, which says after MFA lifetime expires, and the default MFA lifetime is 15 minutes. So you would be able to challenge the user for multi-factor every 15 minutes, right? So whenever they log into Okta, Okta will check when they last did the multi-factor, and if it's within 15 minutes, it will not challenge it for multi-factor, but if it's after 15 minutes, Okta will challenge them to do a multi-factor authentication. Then you have maximum Okta global session lifetime. That is a time limit after which your Okta session will expire, regardless of whether you are using Okta or not using Okta. So by default, it is not set to any time limit, but it's recommended to set a time limit. And since this is a global session of Okta and this is not an idle session, you should be able to set a longer duration like 10 hours or 12 hours, or if you want authentication per day at least once, then you can set at 8 hours for your workforce scenario. And then you have an option called as global session idle time. Now idle time is the time when you are not using Okta. So let's say you logged into Okta and you did an authentication to an application, and now you're using that application, you are no longer using Okta. So your session exists in Okta, but it's idle, it's not being used. So after 2 hours of idle timeout, your session will automatically expire. The above was when you are using Okta actively and still want to kill the session after certain time interval, then you would be using this maximum session lifetime concept. And if you want your session to persist across browser sessions, so that even if you close and reopen the browsers, the same session ID to be used, then you can enable this, but it is not recommended because in that case you don't have a dynamic session ID. So if any attacker gets your session ID from the cookies, he can reuse that session ID. So rather than that, Okta will generate a new session ID every time you close and open the browser if you have a live session cookie. So this is what you can configure in your global session policy, and it will determine whether you can authenticate to Okta or not. So the conditions here which we saw, so let's create a new rule. So we'll first create a new policy which we call it as Masterclass users policy, and we can put the same in the description, and we are assigning this to our master class group. I think it was Octa master class. Yeah, and click on create policy. Now since this policy is created, it needs a rule, so we will specify a rule called MFA required for master class users, and then we have to specify the condition under which this MFA is required. So here in the conditions, what I will what I will do is I will specify if I want to target users based on their incoming IP addresses. So whenever you do an authentication to Okta, it tracks your IP address from where you are authenticating, and if your IP address is a predefined IP address in Okta, which we call it as a network zone, then it will be either a trusted or non-trusted. So here, if you don't want to target the user based on IP address, you select anywhere. But if you want to target a user based on the IP address, then you have this concept of in zone and not in zone. Now, the in zone concept is if you have a predefined list of IP addresses, let's say 10 IP addresses, and the user's computer is having one of those 10 IP addresses, then user is considered to be in zone. And if your IP address, computer's IP address, is not in that 10 IP address list, then it is considered as not in zone. So you can create network zones in Okta here. So if you go to security and networks, you can create an network zone. So you can click on add zone, IP zone, and you can specify a name for this network zone. So let's say you can say Masterclass allowed IPs, and here in that case you can now start adding IP. For example, you can add this IP. If you want to add another IP, you can go to the next line and you can say like this. If you want to add an IP range, you can also do that. So you can say 100 to 192.168.100 to 200. So this is creating a range of 100 IP addresses, right? You can also add IP addresses in a CIDR format. So you can say 0.10/16, and it will be calculating the number of IP address based on the CIDR subnetting, and it will add those IP address in this list. So there are multiple ways of specifying our IP format here. This is called as a CIDR, this is an IP range, and these are individual IP addresses. Now we are creating a whitelisted zone, so we will not check this box which says block access from IP matching condition in this zone. So if you enable this box, then it will become a blacklisted IP. So any user having this IP addresses will be blocked from accessing Okta. If we want to create a whitelisted, then we will be unselecting that box and click on save. Now we can use this zone which we have created in our policy. So we can say that we want to MFA the user if user is not within the IP address which we have specified in our Masterclass IP zone. So if a user is having an IP address which is matching with one of the IP address in that list which we just created, the network zone, then it will be in zone, and that user will not apply through this rule. However, if user does not fall into that rule, into that IP addresses, then user will be not in zone and user has to go through multi-factor. Again, I can also target based on a behavior. Now the concept of behavior in Okta is that for every authentication into Okta, Okta records your IP address, your device, your city, state, country through which you are logging in, and that can be checked during the authentication. So let's say that if you are now suddenly logging in from a new device or from a new location, then that will be identified as an anomaly in your behavior. So if you want to target these behaviors, then you can go to behavior is, and you can, let's say, select new device. So I only want to challenge you for multi-factor if you're not in the IP addresses which I have specified in that network zone, and you are logging in from a new device, not from a device which you have previously used. Then I want to allow the authentication, but here I want to specify a password and a multi-factor is required for your authentication, and that will be at every sign-in. Now I will set the maximum session timeout as 8 hours for this use case, and 2 hours as an idle time. So if you're not using actively Okta, after 2 hours you will get locked out, and I will create this rule. Now this policy is created and it is assigned to Okta Masterclass. But if you see, the priority of this policy is at the fourth priority. So that means all of these policies which are on the top of this masterclass policy will first get evaluated, and only if user does not match this group or the condition, then it will go to the masterclass policy. It will not go to the masterclass policy if any of these policy gets successful for the user. So if you want your policy to be evaluated for sure, you have to move this to a priority 1. So here you can drag this. These are active, right? Yeah. Now that I have dragged this to number 1, or this is the first policy which Okta will check, and if user belongs to this group, then Okta will go through this. If user does not belong to this group, then the self-registered fastpass and other policies will be applied. So this is a global session policy which will control the authentication to Okta. Let's say that if you want to now deactivate this policy, you can also click on deactivate, and this policy will get deactivated. After the global session policy has been evaluated and your Okta session has been created, now you would be logging into certain applications of Okta, and that's where the authentication policy will now come into the picture. Even if you have not specified any application, then we have seen as an administrator by default you log into this Okta admin console through which you manage Okta, and as an end user you log into Okta dashboard. So those two are also an application within Okta. So if you go to applications, and if you look for Okta, you will see that Okta end user dashboard and Okta admin console both are an applications of Okta. So dashboard is here, admin console. So they have authentication policies which are applying to them as well. So for any application level policy, we'll go to authentication policy, and using a similar manner, we can create a policy here. We can say Masterclass app policy, and if you want to give a description, you can here and click on save, and then within this you can create rule, and there is a default rule, a catch-all rule, which is automatically created, which requires MFA for this application every 12 hours. Now if we are not good with this catch-all rule, we can create a rule on top of this catch-all rule, so the catch-all rule will not get evaluated, and I can say MFA required every 2 hours for this application. And I am targeting so I can target a user based on their user type, whether they belong to the default user type or custom user type. If we have created, we can target a user based on their group membership. So we can say that if they belong to Masterclass AD group, and then we can target a specific user as well in authentication policy. We can target a user based on the device which they are using. So if they are using a device which has Okta Verify enrolled, then it is called as registered. If they're using a device which they don't have an Okta Verify enrolled, it's called as unregistered. So if you want to allow any kind of device, whether registered or unregistered, you'll be selecting any. But if you only want to allow registered devices, if you want to do a device management, you can also use this registered here. And then if you want to target a specific platform like a Windows, iOS or Mac OS, then you can also select those platforms here, right? So you can select from those platforms. I will not target based on any platform. And if you again want to target based on an IP address, you can say, so I will say if not in any network, not in any of the following zone, and the zone name is our masterclass allowed IP zone, then I want to target the user for authentication with multi-factor. So access is allowed after successful authentication, and user has to authenticate with password and another factor. Okay, so user has to use password plus another factor to authenticate to this application. And if you want to even be more stricter, then you can say that the factor which user is going to be used should be a hardware protected or phishing assistant. In that case, it will eliminate a lot of other requirement, and it only has Okta Verify FastPass, which is also phishing assistant and hardware protected. Now this was recently introduced where you can select a specific method only for this application, and if user is not enrolled into that method, user will not be allowed to authenticate to that application. So we will not use it. So I'll select allow any method that can be used to meet the requirement which we have defined here. And then whether you want to prompt the user for password every time user log into this application, or if user does not have a global session with Okta, or after certain specified hours of interval. So you can select based on that. So for password, usually we do not prompt again and again. So we'll select when a global session does not exist and prompt the password to create the global session. And for multi-factor, if this is a sensitive application, I want to have MFA all the time. I can say every time user signs into this resource. If I only want after certain interval, I can select this one. And if I don't want to challenge multi-factor, if user is already logged into Okta, then I can select this option. So let's go with this option for here and click on save. So now this priority of this rule is 1 and the priority of the catch-all rule is 2. So this will always be evaluated if user matches this condition, and it will only go to the catch-all rule if user is not matching this condition of zone and group. So any user who is not in this group and not in this zone will then by default follow this catch-all rule. So this is about the authentication policy. Now we have seen in both of these policies that we can use MFA. So in order to use MFA, we have to activate those factors to be available within our Okta org. So what we will do is we will be selecting authenticators from security. So those factors are called as authenticators into Okta. So here we will be enabling few authenticators. By default, I have already enabled email, Google Authenticator, Okta Verify, and password. So these are the different methods which a user can use to authenticate to their account into Okta. So here, possession it means that it is something which user has. So an email account which user has, and user can log in, and after that only user can get the OTP on that account. Google Authenticator, again, user has a physical mobile device where user has installed this Google Authenticator to generate the TOTP. Similarly for Okta Verify, and for password, it's a knowledge factor. That means user don't have to have anything like a device or something to remember the password. Password is something which you remember in your brain, so it's a knowledge factor. You remember your password, and generally when we remember something, we try to keep it simple, and that is a priority for hack. So it's not considered as a strong factor, and that is why we use password plus any other factor to make it stronger. And security question is also a knowledge factor, so it is again not used for authentication because it's not a strong factor. So we can use like SMS, we can use Okta Verify, and so on. So if any of these factors are not enabled for your tenant, you can click on Add Authenticator, and here is a list of authenticators which Okta supports, and you can enable any of these authenticators here, right? There is an option for custom authenticator. So if none of these authenticator is your authenticator which you want to enable, you can enable custom authenticator, and Okta can use REST APIs to communicate with that authenticator and get your MFA completed. So if you want to add Duo, you can add Duo, but you have to have a Duo configured as a Duo server so that you can connect Duo with Okta. Similarly, if you want to do RSA, then you should have RSA from Dell in order to configure this and so on, right? So I have already enabled this factor, and again for each of these factors you can see what they can be used for. So for email, they can be used for recovery. Google Authentication can be used for both authentication and recovery, while Okta Verify can be used for both, and password for authentication, while security question is for recovery only. So you cannot authenticate through security question. You can only recover your account, and recovery basically means that when you have forgotten your password, or when you have let's say logged your account and you want to auto unlock your account, at that point of time you will be using recovery. So here we have enabled this factor. Now should all of these factors be available to all of the users? No. So we want to make this factor available to our users based on the risk they associate with in an organization. So there are certain users who can be an administrators of certain applications, right? There can be users who can be administrators of certain other resources, and there will be other users who are not an administrator but a user of those applications and resources. So the risk profile for all of these users are different, and hence the authentication requirement should be different for these users. It should not be same. So for our end users, we may say that we want simple password and Google Authenticator or email to be enabled, but for our administrator, we want to make sure that Google Authenticator or Okta Verify must be enabled. So in that case, what we can do is we can create an enrollment policy which will tell what factors you can enroll. So here in the policy, we can name it as Masterclass enrollment policy, and you can assign this to a group. So as we have seen, all policies in Okta is assigned through a group itself. So you cannot assign a policy directly to a user. You only have to use a group. So we will select the Okta Masterclass group, and here I have an option to say which factor is optional for that user and which factor is required. So if we are creating this for an end user, I can say that for an end user, I want let's say password to be required, security question as a recovery to be required, but Okta Verify can be optional, and Google can be disabled, and email can be disabled. Okay, wherein for okay, and we can once we created this policy, right, which we have specified that what are the factors required and optional, then we'll create a rule to specify when can they enroll into this factor. So in this rule, if we want to restrict them when they are in certain IP or accessing certain application not to enroll into an authenticator, then we will create this rule. If we want them to be available, like to be able to authenticate and enroll to these factors anytime they like, then in this rule we'll basically allow them, right? So we can say allow MFA enrollment, and I want them to be able to enroll from anywhere, so I don't want to target them based on IP address, and they can enroll into this factor while they're logging into Okta or any application that supports MFA, and they would only be prompted to enroll if they are missing the required authenticators. If something is optional or disabled, and if they are missing that enrollment, it will not prompt them. And I can now click on create rule, so this rule is created. If I want to create another policy for our administrators, so I can say Masterclass admins, and here I will assign to a specific group, so I can assign it to Okta administrators group for this example, and here I want to make Okta Verify and password as a required, while security question as a disabled, and email as a disabled factor, and Google Authenticator, let's say we can keep it as optional and create a policy. Then for all the administrators, they have to enroll into Okta Verify because it's required factor. And I can say restrictive, so I can say MFA enrollment allowed, but if they are within the trusted IP address, so again we'll say in zone, and we will say Masterclass allowed IPs and create this role. So they would only be allowed to enroll into these factors if they are within this Masterclass IP addresses. So if anyone has any question on these different sets of policies which we have created today, please ping here on chat so I can answer. I'll give you 5 minutes to put your questions, and I will answer those questions. So now that Postman is launched, so this is the Postman interface. I think I'm not sharing the Postman window, so let me share that. So this is the Postman interface. If people who has experience with Postman, they might know it. For people who are new, I'll just go through a quick information about Postman. So it's a API testing tool through which you would be able to test your APIs. You can execute the APIs, see the responses, you can make requests, right? Here, this side is called as collection panel. So here you can have all of your collections. So as you can see, I have a lot of collections from Okta already downloaded. So collections is a collection of APIs. Within this collection, we have individual APIs which we want to execute. For you to download these collections, you will be going to Google and you will type Okta Postman collections. So here you will say Okta Postman collection, and here you have developer.okta.com to take your collection. So you'll go to import a Postman collection and you will select the collection which you want to import from here. Basically for this session we need users groups to be imported, so you can click on run in Postman. Now based on whether you are having a Windows system or a Mac, you will get a Postman for Windows or Mac, and you can click on Postman for Windows and click on open Postman so that it can import this collection of APIs into your Postman window, and it will ask you to select a workspace. So I already have this. I can select training workspace and click on import, and this will get imported. So I already have this imported here. So our users and groups collection. So I'm going to use that here. Other than this, what you will also need is all of these collections APIs. If you see here, will need one thing in common, which is the URL of your Okta domain. Now what you will basically need to do is you need to replace this URL with your Okta URL here. So basically what you will do for each API call in order to execute, you will be typing your Okta URL in order to get it executed, but that may not be feasible for you if you're running a lot of APIs in a day. So what you will do is you are going to use a concept called variable. So a variable is a memory in Postman which will store some value. So we are going to create a URL variable and we'll store our Okta URL in that variable, so that instead of typing that big URL again and again, I can just refer to this variable using this curly braces and the variable name, and the value will be fetched automatically whenever I execute a API call. So in order to create a variable, what you need to do is you need to create an environment. So you will click on environment here and you will click on plus, and this will create a new environment for you. So once you click on plus, a new environment has been created. Here you can name this environment as Masterclass environment, and in this environment now you can add your variable which is URL, and in this you can type in your Okta URL, so which will be HTTPS. Please make sure that you do not include hyphen admin if you're copying that URL from your browser as an administrator. So do not include hyphen admin and copy the same value in the current value. Other than URL, you will also need a API token to authorize yourself to execute those APIs in Okta. So you will also need API key here, and you can make this as a secret so it is not visible to others, and then you have to paste your API key. Now in order to generate this API key, you will go to Okta as an administrator and you will go to security API tokens. If you don't see API tokens here, then you can also go to security API, and within the API you will have this token tab. So you can click on token and then you can click on create token, and here you can give this a name to understand where will this token be used. So I can say Masterclass 29th June, right? And then you can click on create token and it creates a token within your organization. and this token then can be used to execute Okta API calls. So you can basically click on create token here, and it will display you this token value, and you have to copy this. This is visible only one time. If you click on OK, got it, then you cannot see this value again. So please make sure that you copy it and you go to your Postman and store that token. As of now, I already have a token from previous. I don't need it, so I will delete this token, but you should have your token here. And if you can see, for each of these token which is created, it is associated with an admin role. So the token only has a permission which this admin has. So if I am creating this token, I am a super administrator, I can create this. The token is created with a super administrator permission, so it can do basically everything which I can perform within Okta. This token is valid for 30 days. So as you can see, the creation date, expiry, and last use. So token is valid for 30 days from the day of last use. So if it is used on a daily basis, it will not expire. But if it is not used for 30 days straight, then it is expired after 30 days. And by default, this token will have 50% rate limit only. But if you want to increase the rate limit, you can go to edit here and you can increase it. So I have already increased for this token to 100%, but if you have 50%, you can increase it to 100%. We can do this in your demo environment, that's fine, but do not do that in a live environment, because you'll have multiple token and multiple applications using those tokens. So now we'll go back to our Postman, where we already have created this environment. So once you create this environment, click on save, and this will save the environment. And just save it for now and go back to collections. And now once you are in collection, you can select any of the API from your collection, and please make sure to point to the right environment which you have created. So for me, I'm going to use Octa developer training, but you can, if you created this masterclass environment following this video here, then you can use this environment, because if you do not point to which environment your variables are stored, then Postman will not be able to read the value from. So here, as you can see, I have not created a user ID as a variable. It says as unresolved variable, and there is no value for this variable. And for URL, you can see there is a value. For API key, there will be a value, and since I have made it as a secret, I cannot see this value here until I click on that I option. So my environment and Postman is set. This is called as a request panel. Here you specify the HTTP method which you want to execute, and there are different methods like get, post, put, patch, delete, add options, and they have different meanings. So if you are familiar with REST API, these are HTTP methods which we use to specify what this endpoint should be doing. So if we use a get method, we are specifying that we want to read things which exist on this endpoint. If we are going to create or update anything which already exists, or we are going to create something which does not exist on that endpoint, then we would be using the post method. And if we are going to delete something which already exists, then we are going to use the delete method. So these are different methods. Now after methods, we are specifying some URL here, right, which is called as endpoint. So Okta endpoints are formatted in such a way that they have this base URL, which is your Okta URL / API / we want to tell that you want to use one of the API endpoints of Okta. So you can consider this as your base URL. And after this, you have to specify the type of object which you want to execute using this API. So if you're working on a users object, you will say /users. If you're working on a group object, you will be saying /groups. Okay. And this will then tell Okta that you want to either work on a user API or on a groups API. So this one was for users, so I'll change it back to users. And then if you want to target a specific user, then you have to also specify a user ID here. And if you do not specify a user ID, then basically you're pointing towards all the users of Okta. And if you specify a user ID, then you're specifying that this is a targeted user you want to work with. So for this, this is a reset factor. Again, it's a API which we're not going to use now. We are going to start with get user. So get user is a API of Okta which will provide you with the users list. So if you do not specify, let's say we'll start without this. So if you do not specify anything, if you just have your base URL, which is your Okta URL slash API v1 slash users, then you're calling to the users endpoint of Okta and you're making a get request, which is to basically pull down the list of users which you have in your Okta, and Okta will provide you that list of users. So if you have your environment selected, your URL specified, then you can make a call by clicking on the send button, and this will invoke the URL, invoke the API endpoint, and will get your data. Now this is the response section of Postman where you are getting the response from Okta, and this response is in a JSON format. So it will list down all the users of Okta, but Okta has a limitation that it can only provide up to 200 users in a single list. So this only has the first 200 users in this list. If you want more than 200 users, then basically there is a concept called pagination which you have to go through. So you have to loop through different pages, so the response will come 200 for each page. So if you've gone to Google search, right, you see that when you make a search, first you get 10 to 15 page, and then you have to go to the next page to see another 10 to 15 pages, right? So the same concept applies here of pagination, where you get to see first 100 users in the first page, and if you want to see further users, you can select the next cursor and you can do it. So here by default it will be 100, but you can extend the limit to 200 by using the parameter tab and using a limit, and in this limit you can specify a maximum of 200. And now if you click on send, it will list the first 200 users here. So I will give 1 minute to ask any question. No question, then we'll move ahead and we'll learn more about the users API. So here, as we haven't specified any other parameter other than limit, we are getting the first 200 users. Even if we click on send 100 times, we get the same set of users, and for the next set of users, we have to use a pagination concept. Then if we want to receive only few users, right, and a targeted users, then we can use this Q as a parameter. So Q stands for keyword or query, and you can specify a query value here. So this query will be looked on username, email, first name, and last name. So if a user is matching this keyword in username, first name, last name, and primary email address, then that particular set of users will be returned. If users are not matching this value, then they will not be returned. So here you can specify a value called Q, and I have specified Q equals to Sumit, so it will return all the users which has Sumit in first name, last name, or their email and username. So if you can see here, there is a reduced list of users and only who has Sumit in those matching conditions. So this user has Sumit in name and email and username. Then this user has Sumit in name and email, and so on. So all of these users would have Sumit. So if you want to, let's say, get something else, you can type that value. So example Ravi, and if you now click on send, so it will list down all the users who has Ravi in their first name, last name, or something, right? So it was able to get only one user called Ravindra Jadeja. Then instead of Q, if you want to target a specific property of the user, then you can go for the search parameter, and in the search parameter you can specify the attribute from a user profile. So here you can say profile dot attribute name. So here I'm using department as an attribute equals to IT. So it will list all the users for whom the department equals to IT. And now if you click on send, it is searching based on department. So for all the users who has IT department will be listed here in this result. So here if you see this user Margaret Smith, she has Department of IT, and that's why she is listed here. Then if we scroll down, we have Mia Smith, which is a Department of IT and listed here. Then this is Arnab, who we created through AD and has a Department of IT and is listed here. So all the three users have been listed, and since we are using a limit, it cannot have more than 200 users listed on this first page. If we remove this, then also by default it will have 100 users if there are 100 users matching this condition. So this is the one way to search. Now, if you want to work on a targeted user, then Okta requires a user ID to be used in those API calls. So you can see in this JSON response which we have received, we have this ID property, and this ID is unique for each user within Okta. So if we copy this ID and if we go, change this parameters here, and if we remove these parameters and we do a slash ID, which is basically if you also go to find user, right, you will be able to see the similar kind of approach. So here you can remove this and paste the ID. Now we are saying that we are making a call to the user endpoint, but we want only this specific user to be returned as a response. So if this ID is found, it will be returning a response with the profile of that user. But if this ID is not found, it will return an error. So since this user was found with this ID, it returned the profile of that user. It shows the created date, activated date. It shows the profile attributes of that user, and it shows who is managing the credential of that user, and so on, right? Now, let's say if this ID does not exist, or if I change few numbers here, then this becomes an invalid ID, and if I now click on send, I would be able to receive a error called 404 not found. And here also you're seeing a body as a response which says not found, and this is a user ID, so nothing was found with this user ID. So if you observe, right, if I have the correct user ID, I am getting a response which is 200. So 200 basically means it's everything went successful as expected and API was successfully executed. But if there is any error, we'll get some error code. So 400 is the error code, which means bad request. So that means you are using some of the parameters which Okta do not support. Then there is 401, which means unauthorized or unauthenticated, and 403 as unauthorized. So if your API key which you're using is invalid or expired, then you'll get that 403, or if you have not included that, and you'll get 404 when the user or the resource is not found with the ID which you have provided. And if there are everything went successfully, but from Okta side there is any error, then you'll get 500 as server error as a response. So this response code indicate whether it was successful or not. Now, other than finding user, if you want to create users using API, you can select this option called create user with password, and here you will again make a call to the user endpoint, but this time you are changing the method from get to post, and you are providing a body as well in addition to what we seen before. So here you can, in the body, you have to provide the profile of the user. So you have to provide the mandatory attributes from their profile, like the first name, last name, email, and login. So I will create a user which is Satish Pandey, and I follow the same naming convention of first name dot last name at company.com. So I will be using satish.pandey at askmeidentity.com, and then the password which you want for this account. So I'm going to go with this password and this as a recovery question. So if user has forgotten the password, user can use this answer and question to recover their account. Now I am also using one parameter here called as activate equals to false. So that means this user when created will not become active. User will be in a status. So we are just creating that user. So now if I click on send, you will see that this user will get created in Okta, and Okta has returned the profile of that user including the ID for this newly created user, and I can now use this ID to make other API calls about this user. If you want to create a user without password, then you can also use this API. Here you don't have to specify password, just have to specify the body. The endpoint and the method will remain the same, it's just the body will different. So there are multiple examples which Okta has provided in this collection which you can use from. If you want to, let's say, activate a user, so you can go to this activate user API, and here you have to provide the user ID which you want to activate, and you can again see we are making a call to the user endpoint using a post method, and we are targeting a specific user whom we want to activate, right? And we are using the sub methods which is called as a life cycle, and that has another sub method called as activate. So we are telling Okta that we want to activate this user with this ID. And do you want to send an activation email? If yes, you can send email to true. Otherwise, you just set as false, and you can change the value from the params tab here. So if you now click on send, and this user is now in the activation process, and this user will get activated. So now if we look at the status of this user by doing the find user and providing the ID, we will see what is the current status. So we can now see this user is active because we activated the user. So if we want to deactivate the user, we'll repeat the same thing. You just provide the user ID, and this time the sub method is deactivate instead of activate. And deactivation does not have any email, so it does not have a parameter of send email. If the user account is locked, and if we want to unlock the user account, we can use this API call to unlock the user account. We can also expire the password on the current account. We can reset the password, set up a temporary password, suspend and delete the user. The one thing important about delete is before you can delete the user, you must deactivate the user. If you do not deactivate the user and directly use a delete, then on the first delete call, it will only deactivate the user and not delete the user. In that case, you have to use a delete API call twice to first deactivate and then delete the user. So if there is any question, I'll just give a minute to everyone to post a question on the chat. Alright, so if I don't see any new questions on the chat, or am I missing something? Okay, I think I was missing something. So it says how to get user details from employee number attribute. So again, in order to get a user details from an employee number attribute, you have to go to this get user or find user API, and you have to use the search parameter. So here, if you use the search parameter, I think I removed it. So basically here, if you say search equals to profile dot employee ID, if that's the attribute name, then you can say equals, and you can provide any employee number and make a search with this employee. So if the employee exists within Okta with this employee ID, it will return the response. Otherwise, it will be 404 not found, or 400 bad request, because this attribute name is invalid in my tenant. So whatever is that employee, I think it's called as employee number in my tenant, so I can use that. So, but now employee number exists, but there is no employee with this employee ID, so it returns no result, an empty array. Then I can see, okay, that is already answered. Then I can see how to set service account password expiry notification. So password expiry notification, you cannot set it using API. For password expiry notification, you have to use workflow or other tools through which you can send an email. Basically, if you just want to send a password expiry notification for any users or targeted group of users, you can use Okta itself. So within Okta, you have an option called automation, which you can use it, and you can send an email. So if you go to workflow automation here, this is available in all Okta tenants. Here you can click on add automation, and you can say password expiry notification and click on save. And in the condition, you can add a condition that password expiration in Okta, how many days the password is about to expire. So I can say 15 days. And then you have to target a user based on a group membership. So you can put all of your service account in a singular group. And then in an action, you can send an email to the user, and an email will be sent about your password expiry. But if you want anything other than this, you have to use workflows platform in order to create that notification. Okay, so now since we are running out of time, we'll move back to our API. And other than users API similar to this, we also have groups API, which we can look at. And using the groups API, we can also create a group into Okta. So we can use this add group. So in order to create a group, again, we will be using a post call to create a group, and in the body we'll provide the profile of the group. And we have looked, the profile of the group only has two attributes by required, name and description, and I had one other group attribute called as owners created. So here, whenever you want to create a new group, you can specify a name of the group. Again, there is one limitation, that in Okta there can only be one group with the same name, so you cannot have multiple groups with the same name, right? So you have to make sure that this group name is unique. So here I would create a group called as Masterclass API training, and in the description I can say learners who are learning Okta API, and I can click on send, and this will create the group called Masterclass API training, and this is the group ID. So similar to the users, each group in Okta will also have a unique ID called as a group ID, and in order to make any API call for that targeted group, we'll be using this group ID. And it shows that this is a user group, so users will be assigned as a member to this group. And this is an Okta group, so that means this group is created within Okta. It's not imported from any third-party sources. And then it shows the profile of that group and different URLs to fetch users, fetch apps assigned to this group, logo for this group, and so on. So I will copy this group ID, and then we will go to this get group. So if you have the group ID and you want to know what group that is, then you will be basically using the get group, where you will be providing this group ID after the groups, and click on send to get the group information. Again, the same information which you got in the previous page will be here. If you want to find groups within your organization, so let's say you want to get all the groups within your organization, then you will not provide any other parameters. You will just make a call to the groups with a get method. So it will list all the groups which is there in the organization, 200 in a page. Again, it follows the same rule of pagination. So you have to go to the next page to see another set of data. So it will be an array, a list of all the groups which exist within your Okta tenant. If you want to search a group based on certain values like a name or description or any other attribute which you have created in that group, or a keyword, then you will be using the search group. So if you are searching on a keyword, then if the name contains this keyword, it will be reflecting that group. So if we want to get all the groups which has Askmeidentity in their name, then we can look for Askmeidentity, and this group has Askmeidentity candidates as their name. This is Askmeidentity learner. So all the groups which has Askmeidentity in their group name will only be returned here. So if you want to look on a profile attribute like a description or any other attribute which that profile has, so you might say description, for example, instead of name, and you want to look for a group where it says training, then you can make use of this and you can send it. Again, I think for group it does not use as contains. Yeah, so it is does not use as contains, and that is why it is returning as invalid result. So you have to use equals. Again, there is no group with this description, so this is a blank array. I will quickly shut down the AD server which I was running because it is making my system slower. So let me quickly shut down that server. All right. Now, if I want to list a group with a specific type, whether it's an Okta group or an app group basically means a group imported from an application, then I can use that filter here. So if you say Okta group, it is going to list all the groups which are Okta created. And if you want only the application groups, then instead of Okta group, you can say here as app underscore group, and it will list all the imported groups from different application, including the Active Directory, because Active Directory is considered as an application in Okta. So you can see now these all are app groups, and this is an administrator group, and I believe this is a group from this source Oracle, and this is admin test. Again, this is from the same source Oracle, and so on. Now, if you want to update any group, you can only update a group which you have created in Okta. You cannot update a group which is from Active Directory or from any other sources. So you have to be mindful of that. You have to use a group ID here of the group which you want to make an update, and you can update the attribute of that group. So we created a Masterclass API training. We can now change the name to Masterclass Postman training. And that should be fine, and also the description. So if I click on send now, the name and the description for that group has changed. And if I want to delete this group, I can use this remove group, and I can specify the group ID, and this group will be deleted from Okta. Now once the group is deleted, all the users assigned to that group will lose access to the applications which they were getting access through that group. So please be mindful of that before deleting any group. If you want to add users to the group through API, you can use this add user to group, and you have to provide a user ID and a group ID. So after groups, you will provide a group ID to which you want to add the user, and then the user ID of the user to whom you want to add. So let's say we want to add a user from our Okta. So we'll go to directory people, and I want to add this user, so I will be selecting this user, and in this URL you can see this user ID. So you will copy this user ID and you will put that in your Postman as a user ID. So now it is having two IDs. One is a group ID to which this user will get assigned, and the user ID he is here. to target that user. So if you click on send, this user will be assigned to the group. But you can see there is no response return, and the response code is 204. So 204 basically means no content. It means that your API was successful, but there was no data from the server returned to show a response. So if you go to Okta and see, this users will get assigned to that group automatically. So if you go to groups, you will be able to see that Masterclass Postman training is now assigned. So this is from the API. There are again a lot of other APIs which you can explore and use, but since we are running out of time, we'll go to our next topic, which is going to be Okta workflows. So I will just give 1 minute for everyone to put in a question if you have. Now with our Okta workflows, and we will discuss what is an Okta workflow in a short time. So let me just set up the system quickly here. All right, so Okta workflows, as we know it, right? It's a no-code platform to create business automation. Now, what kind of automation can you create using Okta workflow? So you can create any kind of automation, like let's say you are onboarding an identity and you want some kind of flow to run to get them an email address, a unique email address, or a user ID or a customer ID. Then you can run the Okta workflow, you can configure it, because these are repeated processes. So whenever you have somebody getting hired for the first time, you go through this process of creating them an email address or an employee ID and so on. So whenever we have a repeated process, we can invoke Okta workflow there to create a flow, and that flow will take care of this automation, right? So there is no requirement for a human being to manually work on those processes. Again, the group membership, there are certain advanced group rule requirement which cannot be done through the group rule, so you have to do it through Okta workflow. You can also invoke APIs of other third-party applications using Okta workflow. If you have, so let's say that whenever a user is created, you want to invoke a ServiceNow API or a Jira API and create a ticket or story within the Jira to provide them access to different applications, different folders, provide them with a laptop with certain softwares and IT requests, then you can do so using Okta workflows. So Okta workflow is very robust, very versatile. It has a lot of connectors which we can use. So we are now going to start looking at what is an Okta workflow. So basically, let me start sharing my screen. So I believe everybody can see my screen. If anybody who is not able to see my screen, please put that in chat. So in order to access Okta workflow, first of thing, you should be an administrator in your tenant. Otherwise, you'll not be able to access Okta workflow. And Okta workflow is available within this workflow section. So if you go to the workflow section, if you click on workflow console, you would be able to land to Okta workflows where you can start building automation. Now, as a part of the automation, right, you would be able to get certain kind of templates available from Okta, which you can use and easily customize it. Or if you want to build something from scratch, you can directly go to flows and you can start building your business logic. So here, one of the prerequisite of using Okta workflow is that you should have the programming logic already in your mind. Like you should be familiar with looping concept. You should be familiar with branching concept. You should be familiar with concept of variables, data types, and so on, right? Using JSON, XML. So you should know about these concepts. Again, definitely since it's a no-code platform, you do not need to write any code, but it requires you to understand those logics because you're building this logic without writing code here using the drag and drop editor, but you're using the same functional logic here as well. So you should be having a good understanding. Now, there are certain concepts which you should be understanding about Okta workflow is that there is a concept called connection. So any application where you want to make an API call through Okta workflow is called as a connection. So let's say Gmail, if I want to make an API call in Gmail and send an email, then I have to make a connection with Gmail first before I can use it. If I want to store something in a Google Sheet, I have to make a connection with Google Sheet. If I want to make an API call within Okta itself, I have to make a connection for Okta. If I want to make an API call in Slack, I have to make a connection. So there are numerous number of connections available. So when you click on new connection, you can see the different applications which Okta workflow support and you can make a connection with. If you do not find your application, then you can use API connector. So you can find the API of that application and directly use it by using this API connector and manually invoke those APIs as well. So first thing is you have to make a connection. So once your connection is made, then you can start creating your flows. So one thing to observe here, there are multiple folders which I have created. So one of the good recommendation of Okta workflow is because from time it will get messier. You'll have more than 100 to 200 flows in your Okta workflows. So in order to organize them properly, you have to create folders. So for this masterclass, I'm going to create a folder called as Masterclass Okta 29th June, today's date, so that I remember whatever I did for this session here, right? And now I will go to that folder and it's basically an empty folder. Now in this folder, I can create my flows. So in order to create a flow, I will select new flow. And here, the first thing which is looking for when this happens. That means when should this workflow run. So we have to specify an event. That's why I named it as an event-driven automation. So you have to specify when should this workflow run, and you have to specify a condition, right? A condition when should something happen in some of the application which you have connected with Okta workflow, then this should run, right? So you have to specify that condition here, and that is called as an event. And we, in other terms, we call it as event trigger. So you have to specify a trigger. So you have to click on add event and select one of the application which you want to listen to. So, or do you want to create a webhook for? So here there are a lot of applications for which you can create a webhook, and any action, any changes which happens within these applications, your workflow will start to run. So let's say we want to create a workflow to generate a unique email address for any new user which gets created in our Okta organization. So we'll select Okta as an application where the event should occur. So I'm selecting Okta, and the event which I'm looking for is a creation of a new user. So I will select user created as an event. And whenever a new user is created in Okta, identity engine, this workflow will trigger and perform the logic which is specified here. So it says when this event occurs, do this, and here basically we can specify the logic which we want to perform when this new user is created. So when this new user is created, we are getting certain information about that user or about that log. So we are getting admin information who has created that user, and we are getting the information about the user who is being created. So we are getting the ID of the user, we are getting the alternate ID which is a username of that user, we are getting the display name of the user, and type of object which is created, which is user for a user, right? So once we have these information, what are we going to do with this information, right? So we are going to create, our requirement is to create a email address which is in a specific format, because when you are using a programming, you have to define a format and you cannot deviate from that format, because programming is just a repeatable function. So it's going to repeat itself for each and every new user created. So what we basically have to do is we have to define a logic for our email creation. So let's say our email creation will follow a pattern which is user's first name. So we'll be using the user's first name dot last name, and if use, and then we'll be using at the risk Askmeidentity.com. But if the user already exists with this email address, then we cannot reuse it, right? Because email address is a unique property in any Okta tenant. So in that case, if there is already another user called Sumit Tiwari, so his email address is sumit.tiwari@askmeidentity.com, and if a new Sumit Tiwari is onboarded with a different user altogether, then I cannot use that email address. So what I need to do here in that case, I need to use some kind of number which we denoted as n. So we'll add some kind of number like 1, 2, 3 and so on, and we'll have to verify that no user exists with that email address, and then provide the email address to that user. So in order to create this email address, we have to build some logic, and one of our logic is that we have to wait for a user creation, and we have already created that as a event card, right? So this will be our event trigger which will start the workflow. So once a user is created, it is going to start a workflow, and now we need the first name and last name of the user. But we have seen from our workflow that we are only getting the ID, alternate ID, display name and type of the user. We are not getting the first and last name of the user. So basically what we need to do is we need to fetch the first and last name of the user. And we have just learned a few minutes before that we can make an Okta API call, and we can read the user and we can ask for their first name, last name from the API. So by making an Okta API call, a get API call, we would be able to get the first and last name of the user to start making this requirement. Now once we have the first and last name, what we want to do is we want to search, we want to make this format of this email address, and in programming terminology this is called as concatenation. So we will concatenate or join first name dot last name at askmeidentity.com, right? So we will be making this format, and let me make it smaller so it fits in the box. So we will have to this concatenation or string join operation on first name, last name and the askmeidentity.com to create an email address. Now this email address is created. What is our next step is to search if this email address is already in use or not in use. So I'll just denote the step. So we are starting at event card, we are reading the first and last name of the user from Okta, and we are then generating an email address based on the logic. Once we have found this email address, we'll make a search call in Okta. Again, we'll use an Okta API So we'll be saying that search if user exists with this email, and this email, by this email we mean this email which we have formed using joining the first and last name of the user and the domain name. So let me just simplify it. Now once we have searched, right, we can have two outcomes. One is either a user can exist with this email address or user might not exist with this email address. So let's talk about a scenario where user does not exist with this email address. Then what we need to do is basically we need to now make another API call to Okta to update the user profile with this new email. So whatever this email was generated, we want that to be updated in user profile. If user does not exist, if there is no other user using that email address, so basically this is when this returns false. So whenever this returns false, we want to update the user profile. But how about if this returns true? So if there exists a user with that email address, then what we will do is we will generate a counter. So we'll say generate counter. Now counter is anything which can count. So we'll generate a counter. We will say that n equals to 1. So we are setting our first counter variable, and we would provide that counter to this concatenate, right? So we are going to now provide this counter variable to our concatenate, and we are going to say that you try to add this number 1 in your concatenation at here. We will indicate that here there is a counter. So if the counter is 0, don't add it, but if there is a specific counter value, then you or we can say instead of generating counter as n equals to 1, we can say that it is n equals to n plus 1, and our initial value of n is 0. So let's say here our initial value of n is 0, so we are adding 1 to the 0, it becomes 1, and whenever n is more than 0, we want to add it to the last name, and then we want to search again if with this new email address a user exists in Okta or not. If user does exist in Okta, it has to repeat the process. So now n equals to 1. So 1 plus 1 is 2. So it will now add 2 to the email address and it will search again. And if user exists with 2, it will then again iterate, and this will go on in a loop until there is no user found with this email address. And if the user is not found with the email address, it will update the profile. And this is the logic which will be used to build this workflow. And we will now do it through, like, this is just a flow chart. We will now be using the workflow as a tool to create this logic. So in workflow, we have already defined our card to trigger the workflow. So I'll just keep it side by side so we can see the logic and this one together. So let's make it side by side, and I'll just decrease it a little bit. So our next card is to read the user's first and last name. So for that, I am going to make an API call. So whenever we need to make an API call for any application, here it will be an Okta as an application, I have to use add app action. Whenever we are using a programming logic like this concatenation, or we are using like this counter, any programming logics, then we'll be using function. So since we're making an API call to an app, we'll be using read user card from the Okta app, and here we have a function called read user. So we are going to use this app action called read user. Now it requires a ID or a login username of the user to read a user. So we have to provide that input, and then based on that input, it will provide us with an output of finding that user and what specific value we want to find in that user. So here we are going to provide the ID of this user, and we want to basically get the first name and last name. So in the output, I will uncheck all of these, and I am going to select only the first and last name. So here I would be selecting first and last name. Can everybody see both of the screen? Or you're only seeing one screen? Okay, so here what I will do is I will pass this ID as an input to this card. So in order to do that, since it's a drag and drop editor, I will drag this here. So I am linking this ID value. It will be a dynamic for each and every user created. It will link this ID to this read user card. Now this read user card will read a user with this ID and get the first name and last name of the user for us. Now after this last name, first name, once we have got it, our requirement is to create an email address following the pattern. So what we are going to do is we are now going to use a programming function to join these different strings together, which is called as concatenation. So we are going to click on add function and we are going to join different strings together, which is called as text in Okta workflows. So we are going to use the text segment, text, and we are going to use concatenate as a card, and here we can input multiple strings which we want to join together. So here I will drag the first name, and then I want to join the first name dot last name at askmeidentity.com. So after first name, my second string is just a dot. Then I want to do a third string which will be my last name, and a fourth string which will be at the rate askmeidentity.com. So now this is going to give me an output, which is an email address, and it is storing the value in this output, and the output is of text in nature because we are joining different text. So this is very normal name for any text output. So you will see that any text card which you use will have an output called as output. So when you have a very bigger flow, you will get confused where this output is coming from. So it's a general convention to name your variables in such a way so that you can later on identify them. So here we will rename it by clicking on customize, and this is our email. So we can say email here, or we can say our business email, since this is a business email which we are creating, and we can click on save. So now it's very easy for a reader to understand what value this variable holds. So once we have our email created, what we want is we want to check if a user exists with that email or not. So for that we have to create an app action, because again we are going to make an API call in Okta. So whenever we have to make an API call in any application, we are going to use an app action, and our app is Okta, which we are looking for. And within Okta, what we are going to do is we are going to look for a user. So we are going to say search user. So here we have list users with search, and it is asking us an option that whether we want only the first matching record if a user is found with this email address, or we want the first 200 users matching this email address, or stream all the users if there are more than 200, if there is pagination has to be involved. Now our requirement is if there is any user, even if a single user found with this email address, again there will be not more than single user on this email address because email is a unique value. So we don't want to use this email address if there is a user. So we'll select first matching record and click on save. And now I have to pass a variable to search with, right? And that is email. I want to search based on that email. So my input will be email to this API call, and based on that, what do you want to retrieve as an output? So as an output, I just want to retrieve as an ID. So if there is any user, the ID will be returned, and I can click on save. So here I have to provide the primary email through which I want to make a search. So now this is search, and if the user is found, it will return the ID of the user, and if the user is not found, this ID will be set as null. Any question, anyone? I'll just give a minute for you to pitch in your questions. Okay, since there are no questions, so now just to make sure that this card is working, we can also test this individual card by clicking on this play icon here, which says run this card. And here we can put in a primary email address to check if this is bringing in the results as we need it, right? So if I put in an email address which exists, it should provide me the ID which it is providing. But now if I put a user email address which should not exist, it should not provide me with any ID. So if I click on run now, you can see this is blank or null. So basically this is our logic. So if we search for a user, and if it returns an ID, then that means a user exists with it. So we have to increment the counter. Currently the counter is set to 0, so we did not use it. Then we have to increment the counter to 1 and recheck this process, right? So whenever you have this requirement of loop, you cannot do it directly in the parent flow. So this flow where we have an event card where we are triggering the logic for the first time, we call it as a parent flow. Then we can have different sub functions or child flows which can be created. Now child flows are independent flows, by meaning we say that they are not attached to a single parent. They are independent and they would be able to go to any parent flow and execute their logic. So child flow, if you have worked on any programming language, they are like functions. So functions can be called by from anywhere, and it can be passed an input and it can generate an output, right? So basically that is a use case of function, that it becomes a reusable component. So whenever we have this loop and this loop has to run again and again, right, the function is going to call itself again and again, which is called as a recursion. So for this we need a child flow. We cannot execute the parent flow again and again without an event. So parent flow can only be triggered based on an event. So here what we have to do is we have to diverge some of this logic from here to another flow which is called as child flow. So what I will do is I will move this logic to my child flow, because this is a repeatable logic from here to here. It's a repeatable logic. So what I will do is I will save this parent flow till where I have created. So I click on save, and here in the flow name I can say that create business email for new users, something which is meaningful. And I will use a tag called parent. Again, it's not a technical requirement, it is for you to identify. If you want to describe, you can say that flow to create business email for newly created users. And if you want to save the flow history, so whenever it is getting executed, you want to save what was the input value and output value, then you can click on this checkbox and then the flow history is saved. Otherwise there will be no flow history which will be saved. So if you want to review later that why certain logic did not work, you cannot have a data. So always make sure to save that. And now that this parent flow is saved, I will go to the folder where this parent flow is and I will create a new flow. And here now this is a child flow, it's independent flow. It does not need any event to occur. Rather this can be called by any parent flow independently. So I have to add an event which is called as helper flow. So whenever we add an event called as helper flow, then this will basically execute can be executed by any parent flow whenever they need, right? And we can accept certain kind of input from this parent flow whenever this child flow is executed, so the child flow can perform its logic. So one of the input which I would accept from the parent flow is the business email itself, which is getting created in the parent flow, and that is of text as a nature. So I have selected text as a data type. And another one is I will select ID, which is a user ID, to whom to update if the email address is not found, and then an initial counter value, right? So I will select a counter, and the initial value which we need from the parent flow is to be 0, and I will be saving this child flow, and this child flow is to search if email exists. I will name this, and I generally use a tag here called helper to know this is a helper flow. And if you have to describe it, you can say that search for an existing email, and if not found, then update the user, and you can then click on save. So once this flow is saved, we'll go back to our parent flow to tell the parent flow to call this child flow and provide these inputs. So we'll go to our Masterclass folder and to the parent flow, and in order to call a child flow, we will be using a function, and that function is called as call flow. So in the call flow, we have to select a child flow. So we'll go to our Masterclass and we'll select the child flow, the helper flow which we have created, and it is asking for these 3 inputs which we have just defined. So we are going to pass the business email address which we are creating here, the user ID of the user. So this is the user ID, and the counter, the initial value of the counter will be set as 0. And I will save this. So now the logic of the parent flow is completed. So whenever a new user is created, it will read the first and last name. It will create this email format and send it to the child flow to check if that email exists. If not, then update the user. If it exists, then add the numbers and then update the user. So I'll go back to creating my child flow logics to do the same. So here, once we have received the email address, ID, and the counter, our main goal is to search if a user exists with that email address in Okta or not. And if user exists with that email address, then increase the counter. So that is going to be our logic for which we are now going to build this child flow. So what we will do in order to search if the user exists with this email address or not, we are going to first use a card, which is an API card in Okta. So again, app action, and we'll look for an app called Octa. And in this app, we are going to use a card called as find user. And this will be able to find a user based on a query. Or you can also say search user, and that will be the same thing, right? So I think best option is to do a search user. So I can do an app action. I can use Okta as an application, and I can select search user and list users with search. And here I can say even if there is one user found using this business email, I don't want to use that email address, right? So I will select first matching record, and in the options I want to provide the email address as an input. So here I will select email, primary email, and in an output I just need the ID of that user to see if ID is not null, and I will pass this business email to this card. And now what I have to do is I will be running an if else to check if this ID return is null or not null. And since if else is a programming logic, I am going to use a function card, and in the function card I'm going to compare this value with null. So if I say if this equals to null, that means there is no user which exists, then it becomes a true statement. But if there is a user exists and this ID is not a null, then it becomes a false statement, and that's where you have to increment the counter. So if it's true, it's simple. I just need to update the user profile, for which again I will make a call to the Okta APIs, and I will select update user profile as a card here. So update user, and here I will pass the value which I need to update. So I am making a partial update because I am only updating the email address of the user, and I will need to provide that output. So I am going to provide the email address of the user, primary email, and what do you need as an output. So I don't need these as an output, I just need the email or the ID as an output. That is fine. So I'll unselect all of these and select the email, primary email as an output, and click on save. So here you have to specify the ID of the user and the email address which you want to update. So this is the email address which you want to update, and this is the ID of the user to whom you want to update. Sorry, I made it wrong. So there you will have ID, and here we'll have the business email address. So if the user was not found, ID was returned as a null, this user gets updated. But if user was found, then what do we do? So if a user is found, then we want to increment the email address after first name dot last name by a counter value. So, but currently the email address which I'm receiving is first name dot last name at askmeidentity.com. So I need to separate askmeidentity.com and first name dot last name to get a space to insert something there. So what I will do is I am going to use a function to split this text. So I'll go to text function, and here there is a function which is called as split. So I'll select this, and it will ask me a delimiter after which I want to make a split. So first I will drag this business email on which I want to perform this logic, and the delimiter is @. So I want to split askmeidentity.com and first name dot last name based on this @. So everything to the @ left to the @ will be the first part, and everything to the after right of the @ will be the second part. So this is going to return a list. So it will have two values, first name dot last name and askmeidentity.com as a value. Now from this value I want to get the first name and last name, which is the first element of this list. And as a general convention in programming languages, the list always starts from 0th position. So the first item, which is first name and last name, is at the 0 position, and in order to get that I am going to use a card which is called as @card. Here in the @card you can specify a position number of an element in a list. So I'll drag this list here, and I'm saying 0, and this is going to return a text. So I will just select text here, and this is going to return me the first part of the email address. So I can also rename this, and I will rename this as email alias, and click on save. Now what I am checking that this business email address, what was a counter value initially, right? So what I will do is I will make a function call here again, and I am now going to use a function called as if else. So in the if else I will check that if this is the first time this counter is running or this has run before. So if the counter is basically 0 or not. So here what I will do is I will drag this counter value which I got here, and I will say if it's equals to 0. Okay, so if it's equals to 0, that means I have to increment the counter by 1, and if it's any number, I have to increment the counter by 1. But if it's equals to 0, then I can just get the first name dot last name this right easily, because it does not contain any number. But if this contains a number, then I have to also get that number. So what I will basically do is I will just repeat this once again. This is without number, and here the same step, but here the first and last name will also have the number. So I am going to use the @card again, and I'm going to drag this result list, and I want the second item, first item, and this contains email alias with @. So I'll just rename it and call it as email alias with with number, not at the rate, with number. So I click on save. Now from here, I want to get the number out of the first dot last name, and we can see, right, the number is at the end of the first dot last name. So what I have to do is I have to find the total length of this first name dot last name including the number. So for that I'm going to use a card which is called as length, and since it's a text, I'm going to use text here, and I'm going to drag this email alias, and it is going to give me the length of this entire value. So if it's like Sumit.Tiwari1, so it will give me the total count of the characters. Now from here, what I want to do is I want to remove the last character, or I want to get the last character. So I will do subtract length minus 1, so it will remove the last character from this entire string, and it will only have the string which does not contain the number. So I will be using a subtract card here. So if I go to number and I just unfilter this, then I have a subtract card here. Subtract, and I will get this number and I will subtract 1 from this, and this is going to get me the difference, which will help me find email alias which is before the number, right? So I can name this as anything I want. Now what I want to do is I want to remove this number from the email alias. So for that I am going to use a card from string called as text segment. So I'm going to say that I only want a specific portion of that string which is starting from, so here I will say that I want, this is my email alias. So from this email alias I want to start at 0 position, but I want to end before this position. So I am removing the last character and ending before it, so it will have only Sumit.Tiwari. So for example, if I go here and if my email was sumit.tiwari1@askmeidentity.com, so after the first split I had Sumit.Tiwari1, and after this text segment I will just have Sumit.Tiwari, and so the output is email alias without the number. So I will name it as such, without number. And now what I will do is I will generate an output of the final email alias here. So if it's true or if it's false, based on that an email alias will be generated. So if the counter is 0, then just Sumit.Tiwari will anyways be the value, but if the counter is 1 or 2 or any number, then also I just want the email alias to be generated as Sumit.Tiwari only. So here I am going to generate an output which will be like email alias, and in this email alias, if this is true, then I want to use this true value. So I will drag this to the true outcome and this to the false outcome. So if the counter was not 0, then this will be the email alias which I want to use further. Now once we have got our output from this nested if and else card, we are now going to use this output to add 1 to the counter. So what I will do is I will use again the number card, and I will use an addition card, and the counter value I will fetch it from here. So I will drag this counter value in here, and I am going to add 1 to it, so it will become a new counter, and I'm going to name it as email incrementer. And click on save. I should close this one so that I have a bigger screen to work with. Okay, so now once I have got my email incrementer, what I want to do is I want to get the domain from our previous result set. So again, I'm going to use the @card from this list, and we had this result list here. So I will drag this, and from here we are going to get the domain, which is askmeidentity.com. And again, since it's a text, I will change this, and you can say domain or anything here, or you can say email domain and save it. Now what I want to do is I want to concatenate this entire thing. So I would say concatenate the first name of the user, the last name of the user, and this number. And the first name and last name we are getting from this email alias, first name dot last name. And now we are getting a incrementer, which will be a number, and after that we are getting email domain. So we'll be saying @ and then this email domain here. So it will become Sumit.Tiwari as an email alias. Incremental will be 1 or 2 or any of those number. Then @askmeidentity.com, and this is again our new email. So we are going to call this as a new email, or email with incrementer, as you can say it. And then we are going to call this child flow once again itself, and once it is called, it will search for the user if this user exists with the incremented email or not. If it exists with the incremented email, it will follow the same path once again. If not, then it will update the user, and it will keep on running on a loop. So here, in order to call the flow, again as we have done previously, we are going to use a call flow card. So here we'll say call flow, and we are going to select the same helper flow which we are running. So this flow is going to call itself, which is called as a recursion. So we are going to use a concept of recursion here, and this is a business email, and the ID of the user is in here. So this is the ID of the user. So we are going to put the ID of the user, and it needs a counter, and our counter is here, the newest counter, and this will run on a loop to create the email address. Any question? So this is the complete, let me move it. Yeah, this is a complete flow. Now I can save it, and this will be executed anytime there is a new user created. So in order to trigger it, you have to first activate this flow as well as the parent flow. So you have to go back to your parent flow, and you can activate this flow, and you can then create a new user within your Okta. So let's say you go to sign in, and you go to directory people, and you click on add person, and you create Masterclass completed user. And let's say I'm going to give a Gmail this time, not Askmeidentity, to say that it's coming from workflow. So I can say Masterclass completed at gmail.com and click on save. So now that this new user is created, this should trigger the workflow, and the workflow should be able to create it. So as you can see, it triggered the workflow, but there is an error. So let's review the error. So if you go to execution history, we can see what that error is about. And did we not activate the flow? does not match required pattern. Okay, let's see where exactly it is getting that error. So if you go to execution history, you can see how this flow has worked. So here the email address is masterclass.completeduser@askmeidentity.com, and it says it does not match the required pattern. Is there any space here? So I try to create this email address, but it's receiving an error from Okta API that the pattern is not matching. Let me see what pattern it is trying to look for. Okay, I think it is looking for this email address and username, both are going to be same, so we'll make just one change here, which is alongside email address we'll also update the username. So for that we'll again go to choose fields and we'll select the username as well and click on save, and let's try that. So we'll also have the username in the same business, and let's try to execute this manually this time instead of creating another user. So what I will do is I will copy this email address and this ID and counter and rerun this. So ID will be this, username is masterclass dot completed user at askmeidentity.com, and counter will be set to 0. So this is whenever you are testing, you want to manually invoke a flow, you can provide the data yourself and then you can click on run to see if this is working this time or not. So this time it was able to set it successfully and your flow is success, and you can see that this user will get email address updated. So previously it was gmail.com. Now if you refresh this page, it will become askmeidentity.com. So let's try creating one more user to make sure it is working. So I can say master class new user, and again master class new user at gmail.com, and save to see if did it work or not. So we'll go back to our masterclass folder and we should be able to see that it ran twice. So hopefully this time it was successful. So we'll go to execution history, and now it still has the same error that it's not matching the format. Login user must be in an email format. Yes, this is in an email format. So let's look at this once again. So here if we see in execution history what email it is trying to update, this is in an email format itself. Does not match required pattern. Maybe it is looking for lowercase, not sure, but let me do that in that case. So in order to make this lowercase, what we can do is we can go to text function, and there is a lowercase to lowercase, and we can convert this entire thing into a lowercase. I will also remove the spaces by using the trim function to just make sure that there is no opportunity for mistake. And then we are going to use this as business email and username as well, and let's see if this time it is successful or not. And I am going to say new user demo at example.com and save, and let's wait for the execution history. So it's running as of now and it still has an error. Then okay, there is a space, but it should have trimmed the space here. Why it did not trim the space? So let me do one thing. Cancel this, go to the text function. Okay, so it can only remove the leading and trailing spaces. So in order to make sure there is no space, let's use a function. Okay, so what we will do is we will use a replace pattern, and what we are going to we're going to use replace, and we are going to look in this output for any kind of space, and if it is a space then replace with nothing, and all instances is true and case sensitive is true, and then we'll get a final result text which we are going to use in this primary email. So there should not be any kind of spaces, and just to check that, I will say new space user at demo.com and see what exactly it is returning. So it has removed the space. Now that it has removed the space, let's create one more user. So we'll say Srikanth Prasad. And if this does not work, then I have to check, and we are running out of time, so we'll be doing that later. Gmail may exist, so I'll be saying example.com and save this. But basically this is the logic which you'll have to use to increment any email. So it's currently running. So click on execution history once again, and finally this time it was successful, and it has the email updated for Srikanth. To srikanth.prasad@askmeidentity.com. So now we have completed our third section, so we can go towards the fourth section. I will give 1 minute everyone to ask question before I move to the next section. So there is a question from someone that when we update the mail ID for a new user, API call is the only way, or we can use DB directly. So definitely we cannot access DB directly for Okta. So if you want to update, either you can use the admin console and update it, or you have to use APIs. These are the only method. If you're synchronizing the user from an Active Directory, then you can update that in Active Directory and import the changes into Okta. All right, so since we're running out of time, I'll quickly start the fourth topic, which is uh, using Node.js, how we can build an API server to call Okta APIs. So we'll be going into that directly. So for this, I will be using Visual Studio. So let me quickly open Visual Studio here. So I'm going to move this Visual Studio to this screen. I believe everybody can see the screen. And for the people on YouTube, let me quickly enable that for you. All right, now that everybody can see the screen, we are going to start creating a Node.js application which can execute Okta APIs. So for that, what we will do is I have created a blank folder called Masterclass. We need to have Node.js downloaded and installed, which I have done already. If you have not done it, you can do it through nodejs.org. So once we have a Node.js installed, we want to create a node package. So in order to create a node package, we'll be typing in a command called npm init. So we're initializing a node package manager, and this is going to create a package folder here. So package name will be Masterclass Node.js. Here you cannot have spaces. This is version 1.0.0, so I'll leave it to default. Description would be uh, to describe making API call using Node.js, and entry point will be index.js. There will be no text command, no get repository, no keyword. Author will be me, so I will just type my name, and license default, and this is all okay with me, so I'll just click on enter, and this will create a file called package.json. So package.json in a node is a file which contains information about this application, and it contains all the dependency this application needs. So if I give this file to somebody else who want to execute this code, they can the node will refer to this package.json to identify the missing modules and install it. Now one of the modules which we are going to install it is called as Express. So if you have used JavaScript before, you already are aware about this package. So this package helps us create a server which can handle routes. So I'm going to install this package called npm express and npm install express, and it is going to install Express as a package from Node Package Manager. So here all of my Node modules have been installed, including the Express, which should be here somewhere. Yeah, Express is here, so it is installed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create my start file, which was named here as index.js. So what I will do is I will click on create file and I will say index.js, and I will just increase the font size for people to see clearly, and I'm going to start creating an application, and I will minimize this a little bit. So here the first thing is I will have to include this library in my code so that Node knows the express code which I'm running. So I will create a constant variable. Constant variable is the one which value never changes. So whenever we are instantiating a class or library like this, we should be using constant. And I generally prefer to name as same. And in order to import this library in your Node.js code, we'll be using the require module. So it's a require express, and it will look into this node modules to see if express is present, and it will import those functions. And now we will instantiate the express class. So we'll say constant app equals to express. So this is the way we instantiate any class, and that class has been instantiated, and the instance of that class has been stored in the app variable. And now app variable will have all the method which this class has. So one of the method of this class is to listen, and I'm going to use a listen class, and I can specify a port number on which I want to listen. So I'm going to use 3000 as a port, and I'm going to use a function which will just output to the console that app is running. So whenever I run this code and create the server, it will tell that this app is running. It will currently not do anything, it will just output that. So what I will do is here, in order to run this file, I will say node space index.js, and it will start this application. Okay, the one thing which I missed it here is I did not output it to the console. So in order to output to console, we have to say console.log, and within that we have to say app is running. So I have to stop and restart this server, and you can now see it is saying app is running. So our code is working. Now what we need to do is we need to create endpoints to this application. So here I'm going to create an endpoint which will accept get as a method. So I am going to say app.get, and here I have to specify the endpoint name. So let's say I'm going to accept users, and now once I have accepted the users, like there is a user endpoint. So this application URL basically will be, let's say, I'll just type it over there, localhost, as it is running on localhost 3000, which is the port number which I'm running, /users. So this will be my route. If I do /users /something, then my route will become /users /something here as well. So I will keep it to the users. So that is a route which I'm creating. So I'm going to accept data at this route, and I'm going to use the get method. And what I'm going to do is I am going to call a function. So whenever somebody makes an API call to this endpoint, I am going to make a function. I'm going to execute a function which does something. And this is a default function from Express, which is having two variables, which is called as request and response. So I'm creating a function which is going to handle the request from the API caller, and then a response can be given to that API caller. So here what I'm going to do is in this function I'm going to define the logic, what I want to do when I receive something in this API endpoint. So here let's say when I receive anything, I would say response dot send message received. I'm just going to output this simply message received, and now I'm going to restart my server. So this is running, and I will go back to the Postman window. So here if I go back to the Postman window, here I have a collection created for my Node sample application, and here in the get, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a call to the get endpoint, to the 3000 users endpoint, and I'm making a get call, and I should be able to receive the output, which is message received. It does nothing, it just provides this message. So now we are going to make it functional. So we are going back to our Visual Studio Code, and we are going to write the logic, what should happen. So definitely I will not accept a get endpoint here. So I will be accepting a post endpoint because I'm going to receive data, a body from the Postman, and that body will be in this request. So I'm going to store that body in a variable. So I will say let body equals to, or we can say we are receiving user, so we will say user body equals to request dot body. Now once I have received this body, I want to make an API call to Okta. So what I'm doing is I'm creating an API gateway in between Okta and some application. So I don't want application to be directly making a call. I want to make a call to the Okta using my API gateway, so the application does not know about Okta APIs directly. It just makes a call to me, and then I forward that request back to Okta. So in order to do that, I need another module from Node, which is called as Axios. So I'm going to install that again by using npm install and the name of the module, which is Axios. It helps in making HTTP API request using Node.js. So here I will have to import that as well. So I will say constant Axios equals to require Axios, and now using that Axios I can make a call. So what I will basically do is before we make a call to the Okta API, let's first see that if we are able to receive that body perfectly or not. So what I will do is, since we are going to receive the body in a JSON format, I will output this body in a JSON format also, and we also have to tell that our app should be able to understand the JSON format. So it will be express.json. Okay, and now if I run this server again, the app is running. We will try to make a call through Postman and see what is the response. So the method which we are now accepting is a post method, and we are accepting a body which is in a JSON format. And let's say I pass some sample body here called as username, sample user at example.com, a first name called as sample, and a last name, just 3 attributes, and this is called as user. And we are going to pass this body to our localhost 3000, and we are going to receive this. So our code is able to handle this perfectly, as we can see it here. So I will now start writing logic to make calls to Okta API. So what I am going to do is I am going to use Axios. So I will say let API config, and I will define the URL which I need to make a call, and the URL which I need to make a call is Okta URL. So I will be using my Okta trial 620.5492.okta.com slash v1 slash API slash v1 slash users, and I am going to use a method which is a post method, and then I am going to use headers of the expect header, which is going to be an array, and in that we are going to accept content type, which is going to be application JSON. Again, if you have used Okta APIs before, you already aware about this. If you have not used it, then okay, sorry, this will be a JSON, not an array. So here it will be a JSON, and here we are going to provide another header which is accept. And can somebody put in chat quickly what is the next header I require? I'll just give 30 more seconds. Somebody has mentioned token. You are correct, it will be a token, but what is the name of the header? Credentials. Token credentials are same, but what is the name of the header? Alright, so I will put it now. It's no longer a mystery, so it's called as authorization. And in authorization, we are going to use SSWS, and here we are going to use the Okta token. So let's go to Okta and create a token. So I will log into Okta again. And this time, just to not show you the token value, I will move this to some other screen. And I will create a token. Anyways, like even if I move it to the screen, you can see from the Visual Studio, so it does not matter. So Postman Masterclass, I will just delete it. So create token, get the value, click on OK, and go to the Visual Studio and paste the token. Oh, I think I did not copy. So create a token again. Create token, copy, okay, got it, and paste it here. So this is the API token which will be used to call this user endpoint using post as a method, and now it expects a body which is called as data. So we are going to provide a data which is in a JSON format, and that data is basically our user body here which we are receiving, and it will be in this format. So now what we are going to do is, once we have this ready, we are going to make the Axios API call, and we are going to provide this API config to the Axios. So it will be making a call, and once this call is made, we want to handle the response which is received. So we have seen in Postman, right, when we make a call, we receive a response. If we want to handle a response, we'll be creating a variable called as API response, and we want to show that to the Postman that whatever response we have received, and we expect this response to be in a JSON format. So we will say API response. So we'll send this to JSON. But in case if there is any error, dot catch, and if there is any error, then we want to handle that error as well. And as a part of error handling, we want to send this error message to the caller. Alright, and this is no longer needed, so I will just remove this. And before we do this, I will just log it here, console or log user body, to see what we are receiving, and this should be okay. So now we will run the server, and we'll go to Postman and make a call. So in Postman, we are going to provide a body which our Octa expects, because we are passing that body exactly as it is, right? So Octa expects a body in this format called profile, and profile is an object where you have login, and login would be Masterclass new user Node.js at example.com. We will have email, which is again going to be the same. So I will copy and paste. have first name, which will be Masterclass, and last name, which will be new user Node.js. Alright, so we have our body ready, and now we have our server running. So if we click on send, we expect an API call to be made to Okta and return a response. So here it says it failed with 401. So if we look at our code, this is the body which we received, and it has currently failed in sending this response. And 401 is basically unauthorized. So if we want to see what happened, so let's do one thing here. We will go as API response. It has an object called as data. So let's stop and rerun this, and let's make the call once again and see what data we are receiving. Okay, so let me also do a console.log here. API response. So our URL is correct, 620. Okay, we are missing a 2 here. My bad. So now I will run and send this once again. And our user is created in Octa, and this is a response which we have received. So we have been successfully able to create an API gateway between Octa and our Postman, which is going to act as a client application. And again, this was it for today's masterclass. So if anybody has any question, please throw it in the chat so that I can answer. So you have 2 minutes to ask your question. Okay, so I can see that. Can you let us the first level certification in Octa? So Octa first level certification is Octa Professional, for which you need hands-on experience with user group management, admin role, and theoretical experience with SAML and org-to-org configuration. So that is the part of your first level certification. How to give restriction to API tokens. So API token restrictions can be given based on the API zone which you're targeting, right? So we can include a network zone. We can also target it based on user permission level. So the service account through which you're creating this API token, you can give it limited permission. That is the only restriction which you can give it now. So the use of API token is discouraged. We should always use an access token from a client credentials application. Can we give one's overview of this last one? So the last exercise which we did is to create an API gateway which will accept and API request from an application and send it to the Okta for processing it. And so that the application does not have a direct interaction with Okta, so we don't have to give an API token to the application. We can have application token ourselves. Now this API gateway can work with multiple applications, similar to Apigee or Ping Access or any of these API gateways. Then since creating an API and connecting it to Okta, I don't understand that question, but how do you compare Okta and Ping in terms of features? So Okta and Ping are more like to like in terms of feature, one being fully cloud, another is a hybrid. Again, Ping is a diversified module, so it has different platforms to do different things, whereas Okta is more of a converged module. Again, Ping is for more granular. So if you want to go into more granular authentication or authorization, you want to customize through Java codes, you can do that, which is not possible with Okta by default. So in that case, you have to write your own scripts and host it and read out the entire authentication process through your custom script. So this is what Okta is. But again, Okta is a market leader today, and since because of its simplicity, a lot of customers are using it. All right, so now we'll go into our slides. So since I see no other question, it's the show time. And now this was a crash course, masterclass for 5 hours, where we try to cover as many topics of it as possible. Again, I definitely understand this being a very fast-paced, so a lot of people might not have got every topic around it. So what we have to do is we have to learn more about these topics, and for which Askmeidentity has come up with crash courses which we are going to hold again. So the first crash course which we are creating, which we are holding, is on Ping Federate Masterclass. So it's a 5 days class which will be 3 hours each day, and we are going to cover the entire Ping Federate topic in depth, and we are also going to provide you with a mock interview so that we can prepare you for job interviews in the market. So it's a full-fledged hands-on course from our instructors, and this will give you potential to go out in the market and talk about Ping Federate. It can also help you get certified, and you will be able to learn as much Ping Federate in these 5 days, in total of 15 hours. This is starting from 10th July, so we have only 10 days and it's a limited registration. So anybody who is interested, please enroll for this one. This is available on our website, learn.askmeidentity.com. So one of our moderator, please put the link on the chat here so that they can enroll. Post this event, we have Octa Masterclass, which is going to hold for 5 days again, and it will not be as fast paced as like today. It will be more in depth, more technical, and this is for 5 days again, and we are going to start this from 16th July, where we are going to cover the entire identity engine, the things which we have not been able to cover in today's topic as well. We will be talking more about APIs, more API collections. We'll talk about more workflow scenarios. Today we only were to cover one, and we'll talk about other components of workflow which we could not cover today. And then we would also be looking into an application development. So similar to what we saw today, right? So today we were able to only see one API collection, but that too calling an Octa API. But in our custom crash course, we would be able to create an entire Node.js application of step by step. So these are the two upcoming events which we are hosting at Askmeidentity, and it's a very exclusive scenario with limited registration that you can enroll for this, and within 5 days you can master Octa and being fettered as much, which nobody else can provide. So if anybody has a question about these or about the today's scenario, you can definitely put that on chat and I can help you answer it. Otherwise, it was great everyone participating in this webinar and masterclass. I know it has been at a stretch 5 hours long, but I thank everyone for joining in today and being a wonderful audience. Thank you.